This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I've been debating whether to share this for a long time. It happened back in the summer of 2017, and I still get nightmares about it. I'm writing this down because keeping it bottled up isn't helping, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar in those mountains. My friends and I were experienced hikers. We'd done most of the popular trails in California, so we were looking for something different, something more challenging. Jake found this obscure trail in the Sierra Nevada mountains that wasn't on most maps. He was always searching for those hidden gems, places that weren't crowded with tourists taking selfies. We were a tight group, Jake, Sarah, Tom, and me, and we trusted each other's judgment. We'd been hiking together for years. A week before our trip, Jake mentioned some stories he'd heard about the trail. Apparently, there were local legends about hikers who had gone missing there over the years. We laughed it off as campfire stories meant to scare tourists. I remember Tom joking, "Every good trail needs a ghost story." If only we had taken those warnings seriously. We arrived at the trailhead around 6 in the morning. It was already warm, promising to be one of those scorching California summer days. The parking area was completely empty, which seemed strange even for an obscure trail. No ranger station, just a weathered wooden sign marking the start of the trail. I remember feeling a weird knot in my stomach as we shouldered our packs, but I dismissed it as pre-hike jitters. The first hour was beautiful, sunlight filtering through the trees, birds singing, that fresh mountain air filling our lungs. We were in high spirits, talking about previous hikes and planning future ones. But as we ventured deeper, things began to change. The forest grew denser, almost suffocating. The temperature dropped noticeably, despite the summer heat. What bothered me most was the silence that gradually enveloped us. The birdsong disappeared. No rustling of small animals in the undergrowth, just our footsteps and breathing. "Is it just me, or is it too quiet?" Sarah asked after about 3 hours of hiking. We all nodded, relieved someone had finally said it. "Probably just the elevation," Tom suggested, but he didn't sound convinced. I couldn't shake the feeling we were being watched. I kept glancing over my shoulder, expecting to see someone or something following us. There was never anything there, just trees and shadows, but the sensation persisted like an itch I couldn't scratch. Around midday, we reached a clearing that offered a stunning view of the valley below. We decided to take a break, eat some energy bars, and rest our legs. That's when I first heard it, a faint whispering sound carried on the breeze. I couldn't make out any words, just a soft murmur that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "Do you guys hear that?" I asked, turning to the others. They looked at me blankly. "Hear what?" Jake asked. "That whispering sound," I said, straining to hear it better. Like someone talking, but really quietly. They all went silent, listening. "I don't hear anything, man," Tom finally said. "Just the wind." But it wasn't the wind. I've heard wind through trees countless times, and this was different. This had rhythm, intention. I tried to convince myself it was just my imagination, but deep down, I knew better. After our break, we continued hiking. The trail became increasingly difficult to follow, overgrown in places, seemingly disappearing in others. Jake checked his GPS repeatedly, insisting we were on the right path, but I could see confusion in his eyes. "This doesn't make sense," he muttered at one point, comparing his map to our surroundings. "According to this, we should be hitting a stream soon, but the terrain doesn't match up at all." The whispering grew louder as the afternoon wore on. It was maddening that I was the only one who could hear it. At times, it seemed to be guiding us, pulling us deeper into the forest. When we'd hesitate at a fork in the trail, the whispers would intensify from one direction, and inexplicably, that's the path we'd choose. Around 4 in the afternoon, we stumbled upon something that wasn't on any map. A dilapidated cabin, half hidden by undergrowth and shadows. It looked ancient, like it had been standing there for a century or more. The wood was gray with age, the small windows dark and empty like eye sockets. "Should we check it out?" Sarah asked, curiosity evident in her voice despite her obvious unease. The sensible part of me screamed to keep walking, to get back to the main trail and out of these woods before sunset. But the whispers had reached a fever pitch, and somehow I knew we were meant to enter that cabin. "Let's just take a quick look," Jake said, already approaching the structure. "Might be a cool photo op." The door creaked loudly as Jake pushed it open, revealing darkness within. The air that escaped from inside was stale and musty, carrying the scent of decay and something else I couldn't identify, something vaguely metallic. We stepped inside one by one, flashlights illuminating the space. It was a single room with a smaller area partitioned off in the back. Broken furniture was scattered about, a table with 3 legs, a chair with its back missing, shelves hanging crookedly from the walls. Dust particles danced in the beams of our flashlights. But what drew my attention immediately was the mirror. It hung on the far wall, large and ornate, completely out of place in the humble cabin. The frame was tarnished silver, carved with intricate patterns that seemed to shift when viewed from different angles. The glass itself was cloudy with age but intact. As I stared at the mirror, I noticed something strange. The reflections didn't quite match our movements. There seemed to be a slight delay, or perhaps it was just the poor light playing tricks on my eyes. But then I saw them, fleeting shadows moving across the mirror's surface that had no source in the room. "Guys," I said, my voice barely above a whisper, "look at the mirror." They gathered around me, flashlights pointed toward the reflective surface. "What about it?" Tom asked, squinting. "Don't you see them, the shadows moving in it?" Jake stepped closer, examining the mirror. "It's just dust and bad lighting, man. You're freaking yourself out." But I knew what I saw, and as I continued to stare, I caught glimpses of faces in those shadows. Hollow-eyed, expressionless faces that appeared for just a moment before fading away. The whispering had become a constant background noise now, like a radio tuned to static, but with occasional words breaking through. Still, none of the others acknowledged hearing it. Sarah had wandered to the partitioned area and called out to us. "You guys need to see this." We joined her in what appeared to be a bedroom of sorts, though the bed was nothing more than a rotted frame with springs exposed like ribs. On the walls hung dozens of photographs, yellowed with age, but still clearly visible in our flashlight beams. They were pictures of hikers, men and women of various ages, dressed in outdoor gear from different eras. Some photos looked relatively recent, others decades old. But what united them all was the expression on the subjects' faces. Each person stared blankly into the camera, eyes devoid of emotion or life, hollow, just like the faces I'd glimpsed in the mirror. "This is seriously creepy," Sarah muttered, examining the photos closely. "Look at their eyes. It's like they're empty inside." "We should go," I said, the whispering growing more insistent in my ears. "Now." As if in response to my words, a gust of wind tore through the cabin, and the door slammed shut with a bang that made us all jump. Tom rushed to open it, but it wouldn't budge. "It's stuck," he grunted, pushing with his shoulder. The frame must have shifted when it slammed. Jake joined him, both men straining against the wood, but it remained firmly closed. Panic began to rise in my chest, a tightness that made it hard to breathe. "Try the windows," Sarah suggested, already moving toward one. But the windows were either boarded up or too small for an adult to squeeze through. We were trapped. The whispering had risen to a crescendo now, no longer background noise but a surging tide of voices all around us. And finally, the others heard it too. "What the hell is that?" Tom asked, his face pale in the flashlight beam. "You hear it now?" I asked, feeling a perverse relief that I wasn't going crazy. They all nodded, eyes wide with fear. The voices seemed to be coming from inside the walls, from beneath the floorboards, from the very air around us. We couldn't make out complete sentences, but words occasionally broke through. "Stay with us forever. Join." The temperature in the cabin plummeted suddenly. Our breath fogged in front of our faces. The flashlights began to flicker, threatening to leave us in darkness. "We need to get out now," Jake said, his voice tight with controlled panic. Sarah was frantically searching the room, moving what remained of the furniture. "There has to be another way out, a trap door, a hidden exit, something." Her words triggered a memory, an old movie where the heroes had escaped through the floor. I began stomping on the floorboards, listening for a hollow sound. Near the center of the room, I found it, a section that resonated differently than the rest. "Here!" I shouted, dropping to my knees and clawing at the edges of the board. The others joined me, fingers bloodying as we pried at the ancient wood. With a crack, the board came loose, revealing darkness below. We pulled up several more boards, creating an opening just large enough for a person to squeeze through. "What is that?" Sarah asked, shining her flashlight into the hole. The beam revealed a narrow crawl space beneath the cabin, extending into darkness. The whispers had become angry now, almost shouting. The photographs on the wall began to shake, and the mirror. I swear the mirror was showing more than just our reflections. Figures were gathering behind us in the glass, watching with those empty, hollow eyes. "Go!" I shouted, helping Sarah into the opening first. She disappeared into the darkness, followed by Tom. Jake went next, and I was last, pulling the floorboard partially back over the hole as I descended, as if that could keep whatever was in the cabin from following us. The space beneath was tight and suffocating, filled with dirt, roots, and the smell of damp earth. We crawled on our bellies, guided only by the beams of our flashlights, following what seemed to be a natural tunnel leading away from the cabin. After what felt like an eternity of crawling through that claustrophobic space, feeling roots scraping our backs and dirt filling our nostrils, we saw light ahead. We emerged from beneath a large boulder about 50 yards downhill from the cabin, gasping for fresh air and trembling with relief and residual terror. Without a word, we gathered ourselves and ran. We didn't follow the trail, we simply headed downhill, crashing through underbrush, stumbling over rocks, driven by pure survival instinct. The whispers followed us for a while, growing fainter as we put distance between ourselves and that cursed cabin. By some miracle, we eventually intercepted the main trail as dusk was falling. We didn't slow down until we reached the parking lot, our car sitting alone exactly as we'd left it that morning, though it felt like weeks had passed. As we drove away, I looked back at the mountains silhouetted against the darkening sky. For a split second, I thought I saw multiple figures standing among the trees at the trailhead, watching our departure. But when I blinked, they were gone. We barely spoke during the drive home. What was there to say? We had experienced something impossible, something that defied rational explanation. I've researched that area extensively since then. I've found scattered reports of hikers going missing over the decades, but nothing conclusive. The cabin doesn't appear on any historical record I can find. It's as if it exists in some pocket of reality that only occasionally intersects with our world. The others refuse to talk about what happened that day. We've drifted apart since then. The shared experience that should have brought us closer instead drove us away from each other, as if by unspoken agreement that the best way to deal with it was to pretend it never happened. But I know what I experienced. I still hear those whispers sometimes, at the edge of sleep, and I dream about those photographs, those hollow-eyed hikers who found the cabin before us. Sometimes I wonder if our pictures are hanging there now, warning others who will never heed the warning, just as we didn't. I haven't gone hiking since. Story 2. I've been carrying this burden for over 2 decades now, and I need to get it off my chest. Some nights, I still wake up in cold sweats, thinking about those walls carved into the canyon and what was happening inside them. I served as sheriff of Pinewood County, Arizona for nearly 15 years, but nothing in my career comes close to what happened in the summer of 2002. It was early July, hot as hell even for Arizona. I remember sweating through my uniform before 9 in the morning when dispatch radioed about a hiker who'd stumbled across an abandoned campsite in Hidden Valley. Something about his description seemed off. Personal belongings scattered everywhere, food still cooking on a portable stove that had burned dry, no people anywhere. Usually I'd send one of my deputies to check it out, but something in my gut told me to handle this one personally. Hidden Valley was remote, about 40 miles from our station, a beautiful but isolated section of canyon that mostly attracted serious hikers and the occasional researcher studying the unique rock formations. When I arrived, the hiker, a skinny guy in his 20s with a massive backpack, was waiting by his car, visibly shaken. He led me down a trail for about 20 minutes until we reached the campsite. The moment I saw it, the hair on the back of my neck stood up. This wasn't just someone who packed up and left in a hurry. 2 tents were still pitched, but one was partially collapsed. A camp stove had a pot of what must have been coffee, now just a crusty black residue burned to the bottom. Sleeping bags, clothing, research equipment, and personal items were scattered in a 15-foot radius around the campsite. I spotted a digital camera smashed against a rock, and a satellite phone with its battery pulled out lying in the dirt. I didn't touch anything, the hiker said. But look at this. He pointed to a journal lying open near one of the tents. I carefully approached and read the last entry without touching it. Day 3. Found unusual mineral samples in the north sector. C believes they match the formations we were looking for. Someone has been here before us. Found what appears to be tool marks on several rock faces. I radioed for a crime scene team, but they were at least 2 hours out. After taking the hiker's statement and sending him back to town, I decided to look around while waiting. The campsite belonged to Dr. Alan Reeves and Dr. Catherine Langley from the University of Arizona. Their IDs were in a wallet and purse I found. Both geologists, apparently here on some kind of research expedition. What bothered me most were the signs of struggle: a broken camping chair, a flashlight with blood on it, and drag marks in the dirt leading away from the campsite. My training kicked in, and I began following the tracks. They led about a quarter-mile deeper into the canyon, toward a sheer rock wall. I expected them to stop at the wall, but as I got closer, something seemed off about a section of the canyon face. From a distance, it looked like solid rock, but up close, I could see it was actually a cleverly disguised door, some kind of material painted and textured to match the surrounding stone. I drew my service weapon and radioed my position to dispatch, letting them know I was investigating a possible structure. The door wasn't locked, just designed to blend in, and when I pulled it open, cool air rushed out. Inside was a man-made tunnel, carved right into the rock, with electric lights strung along the ceiling. 23 years on the force, and I'd never felt the kind of dread that washed over me in that moment. But 2 people were missing, possibly in danger, so I stepped inside, my hand sweating against the grip of my Glock. The tunnel extended about 50 feet before opening into a larger chamber. What I saw there still haunts me. It was a fully equipped laboratory, not some amateur setup, but professional-grade scientific equipment. Multiple computer stations displayed geological maps and chemical formulas. Glass cases contained rock and mineral samples, all meticulously labeled. But what turned my blood cold were the 2 examination tables in the center of the room, complete with leather restraints, and the smell, antiseptic, trying to mask something organic and wrong. A doorway at the far end led to a second chamber. I moved carefully, calling out that I was with the sheriff's department. No response. The second room was smaller, set up like a medical ward with 2 beds. And there they were, Dr. Reeves and Dr. Langley, both alive but in terrible condition. They were severely dehydrated, with multiple injection marks on their arms. Langley was conscious but barely responsive. Reeves was unconscious, his breathing shallow. An IV stand stood between them, but the bags were empty. Both had electrode patches attached to their temples, connecting to monitoring equipment that was still running. I immediately radioed for emergency medical assistance, giving my location as precisely as possible and explaining the situation. As I was checking their vital signs, I heard something outside, the unmistakable sound of a vehicle engine starting up. Every instinct told me to pursue, but Reeves suddenly grabbed my arm, his eyes wild with fear. "Don't leave us," he rasped. "They'll come back." I couldn't leave them. Both were in critical condition, and medical help was still at least 30 minutes away. So I stayed, securing the area as best I could while administering basic first aid. I documented everything with the camera from my cruiser, the lab, the equipment, the victim's conditions. When the paramedics finally arrived, followed by my deputies, we evacuated Reeves and Langley via helicopter to the hospital in Tucson. I organized a search of the surrounding area, but whoever had been there was long gone. The only evidence was a set of tire tracks leading to a dirt road that connected to the highway. The investigation that followed took over my life for the next several years. We discovered the facility had been operating for at least 2 years, completely off the grid. The group called themselves the Pioneers. We found that name on internal documents stored on the computers. They had been conducting unsanctioned experiments related to the unique mineral formations found only in Hidden Valley. Reeves and Langley had been targeted because their legitimate research led them to study the unusual geology in the area. They'd stumbled onto something the pioneers didn't want discovered. The medical logs we recovered showed they'd been using the professors as test subjects, administering various compounds derived from the minerals. Despite an extensive multi-agency investigation involving the FBI and even some people from Homeland Security who never fully identified themselves, none of the perpetrators were ever apprehended. The computers had been rigged with remote wipe capabilities, and most of the data was corrupted before our tech people could recover it. Dr. Langley eventually recovered enough to provide partial descriptions of their captors, 3 men and 1 woman, all wearing surgical masks during their procedures. They had spoken about national security and necessary sacrifices, but never identified themselves beyond their group name. Dr. Reeves wasn't so lucky. Whatever they had injected him with caused permanent neurological damage. He suffered from tremors, memory loss, and increasingly severe paranoia. 6 months after we found him, he took his own life, leaving a note that simply read, "They're still watching. They'll never stop." I became obsessed with the case. Every lead went nowhere. Every person of interest had an alibi. Every attempt to trace the equipment in the lab hit a dead end. It was as if the pioneers had government-level resources to cover their tracks, which made me wonder if they actually did. 3 years later, in 2005, I thought I had a breakthrough. I identified a property purchased through a shell company that matched transactions mentioned in fragments of data recovered from the lab. When I went to investigate, I found the place empty, recently cleared out, judging by the marks on the floor where equipment had been removed. The next day, an envelope was delivered to the station addressed to me personally. Inside was a surveillance photo of my wife gardening in our backyard, taken just days earlier. No note, no threat, just the picture. The message was clear: stop investigating or my family would suffer. I'm not proud to say it worked. I backed off the active investigation to protect my family, though I never stopped assembling files on the pioneers, working quietly and keeping everything at home rather than at the station. By the time I retired in 2009, I had 3 full boxes of material, but no smoking gun. The Hidden Valley facility itself was destroyed by fire in 2004, an extremely hot fire that left almost nothing behind. The official report called it arson, but no suspects were ever identified. Most of the physical evidence was gone, except for what we'd already collected. Even in retirement, I haven't escaped. Every few months, I receive blank postcards with hand-drawn pictures of pioneer wagons, reminders that someone is still watching me. My wife thinks they're from an old friend who knows I collected Old West memorabilia. I've never told her the truth. Why burden her with that fear? I still don't know how high the protection for these pioneers went. Were they rogue scientists? Government contractors? Something else entirely? What were they really trying to achieve in that remote canyon? The mineral samples we recovered had unusual properties. They responded to electrical current in ways our experts couldn't explain. Some of the formulas on their computers suggested they were developing compounds that could affect human neural pathways, potentially altering perception or consciousness. But to what end? Just last week, I read about a new breakthrough treatment for certain neurological disorders being developed by a pharmaceutical company I've never heard of before. The description of how it works sounded eerily familiar to some of the documentation we found in that lab. Sometimes I drive out near Hidden Valley and just sit, staring at the canyon walls, wondering what else might be hidden behind them, wondering if the pioneers are still out there, still experimenting, still watching. I'm 73 now, and I don't know how many years I have left. But I know one thing: I'll never forget the looks on those professors' faces when I found them. Never forget Reeves's last words to me in the hospital before they transferred him to the psychiatric ward. They're trying to change what it means to be human. I still don't know what he meant. Part of me doesn't want to know. Story 3. I still struggle to talk about what happened to me back in 2008. Typing this out has my hands shaking all over again, but I feel like I need to share my experience as a warning to others who might think they're safe out there. I'd been working insane hours at my software job in Seattle, staring at code until my eyes burned, dealing with impossible deadlines, and a boss who thought weekends were just 2 more work days. By June, I was completely burnt out. I needed to disconnect. No laptop, no phone calls, no Slack messages waking me up at midnight. Just me and the wilderness. I'd done solo camping before. Grew up doing it with my dad, then kept it up through college and into my 20s. I wasn't some newbie who didn't know how to read a map or set up a tent. I was comfortable in the outdoors, confident in my abilities. Maybe too confident looking back. I chose Olympic National Park because it was close enough for a long weekend, but far enough to feel like I was actually getting away. I packed light but smart. My one-person tent, sleeping bag, water filter, first aid kit, food for 3 days, emergency whistle, multi-tool, the usual stuff. I told my roommate Kate where I was going and when I'd be back. I even left a detailed itinerary on the fridge, including the specific trail I planned to hike and my intended campsite near the Hoh River. The morning of my trip, I drove the few hours to the park, parked at the trailhead, and started my hike around 11 in the morning. The weather was perfect. Clear skies, around 70 degrees, with just enough breeze to keep the mosquitoes away. The trail was moderately challenging with some elevation changes, but nothing I couldn't handle. I passed a few other hikers early on, mostly day trippers and families who waved hello as we crossed paths. As I got deeper into the park, the crowds thinned out. By the time I reached the 6-mile mark, I hadn't seen anyone for at least an hour. I found a beautiful spot near the river to set up camp, with a small clearing surrounded by towering pines and a view of the water. It was secluded but not completely isolated, exactly what I was looking for. I set up my tent, collected some firewood, and spent the afternoon just existing in nature. I read a paperback thriller I'd brought along, filtered some water from the river, and cooked a simple dinner of dehydrated pasta on my small camp stove. As the sun started to set, I put out my campfire properly and hung my food bag from a tree about 100 feet from my tent to avoid attracting bears. The forest changed as darkness fell. What had been peaceful during the day became eerie at night. Every natural sound was amplified: the hooting of an owl, the rustling of leaves, the gurgling of the river. Normal wilderness sounds that had never bothered me before suddenly seemed ominous. Maybe some part of me already sensed something was wrong. I climbed into my sleeping bag around 10, exhausted from the hike and the fresh air. I must have dozed off quickly because the next thing I remember was waking up disoriented, unsure what had disturbed me. Then I heard it. Footsteps. Not animal footsteps, definitely human. Slow, deliberate steps circling my campsite. At first, I thought maybe it was another hiker arriving late, looking for a place to camp. But the footsteps just kept circling, never stopping to set up a tent or make a fire. I lay completely still, barely breathing, straining to track the movement outside. The footsteps would stop occasionally, then start again, always moving around the perimeter of my small clearing. I checked my watch. It was just after midnight. Who would be hiking in complete darkness? I considered calling out but decided against it. Something about the deliberate pattern of movement felt threatening. Instead, I reached for my phone, forgetting for a moment that I had no service out here. That was the whole point of the trip, to disconnect. Now that decision seemed incredibly stupid. After what felt like forever, the footsteps faded away. I convinced myself it was just another camper who had decided to move on to a different spot. I was almost back asleep when a beam of light swept across my tent. A flashlight, moving slowly, deliberately illuminating every inch of my tent from the outside. I froze. The light lingered over the area where my head was, as if whoever was holding it knew exactly where I was lying. Then came the voice. "I've been watching you." Male, calm, matter of fact. Not shouting or obviously threatening, which somehow made it worse. Blue Honda Civic with the Seattle Seahawks sticker on the back bumper, parked at the North Trailhead lot. You ate pasta for dinner, marinara sauce. You dropped your spoon and had to rinse it in the river. My blood turned to ice. He'd been watching me for hours. Maybe followed me from the parking lot. 6 miles of trail. He'd watched me eat, set up camp, read my book, everything. "I just wanted to let you know I'm here," he continued, his voice eerily conversational. "I'll be outside all night. Don't worry about being alone out here." My heart was pounding so hard, I thought it might burst through my chest. I couldn't speak, couldn't move. Then training from a self-defense class kicked in. Don't let them think you're helpless. With shaking hands, I grabbed my emergency whistle and blew 3 sharp blasts. The sound was deafening in the quiet forest. "I have a weapon," I lied, trying to keep my voice steady. "And I've already radioed the rangers about a suspicious person in the area. They're on their way." Silence. Then, "No, you didn't. There's no ranger station within radio distance of this spot, and your phone has no service. I checked." That's when I truly understood how thoroughly he'd planned this. He knew the dead zones in the park, knew how isolated I was. "Last chance," I said, surprising myself with how convincing I sounded. "Leave now or deal with the rangers and me." Another long silence, then the sound of retreating footsteps. The flashlight beam disappeared. I sat completely still, clutching my useless phone and the whistle, listening so intently my ears hurt. Had he really left, or was he just waiting silently? I didn't dare leave the tent. At least inside, he couldn't see exactly where I was or what I was doing. I considered my options. The nearest trailhead was 6 miles back. The next campsite was at least 2 miles ahead, and I had no idea if anyone was staying there. Running blindly through the forest at night seemed like a sure way to get injured or lost. I decided to wait until first light, then pack up and hike out as quickly as possible. I sat up in my sleeping bag, fully clothed, with my boots on and my backpack ready. I kept the whistle around my neck and my multi-tool in hand. I wouldn't sleep again. For about 2 hours there was nothing, just normal forest sounds. I was starting to think maybe he'd been scared off by the whistle and my bluffing. Maybe he was just some creep who got his kicks from scaring solo female hikers. Then, around 2 in the morning, I heard it. A faint sound at the back of my tent, a scraping noise, methodical, purposeful. He was cutting into my tent. The realization hit me like a physical blow. This wasn't just intimidation anymore. He was coming in. Without thinking, I lunged for the tent entrance, unzipped it in one frantic motion, and burst outside. I caught a glimpse of a dark figure at the rear of my tent, tall, wearing dark clothes and what looked like a ski mask. Then I was running, crashing through the underbrush, my headlamp bouncing wildly as I fled. I heard him behind me, not calling out, not saying anything, just pursuing with quick, determined footsteps. I ran blindly, branches whipping my face, roots threatening to trip me with every step. My lungs burned. The rational part of my brain was screaming that I was making a mistake, running deeper into the wilderness away from the trail, but instinct had taken over. I don't know how long I ran, maybe 10 minutes, maybe 30. Eventually, I couldn't hear him anymore, but I kept going until I physically couldn't. I turned off my headlamp and stood in the darkness, trying to control my breathing, listening for any sound of pursuit. Nothing but the normal forest noises and my own thundering heartbeat. I was completely lost. No idea which direction the trail was, or my campsite, or anything familiar. I was also terrified of using my light, afraid it would lead him straight to me. So I felt my way forward in the darkness until I bumped into what felt like a massive fallen tree trunk. The tree had fallen long ago and partially hollowed out. It wasn't much, but it was better than standing in the open. I crawled inside the hollow part, pulled my knees to my chest, and waited. The hours that followed were the longest of my life. Every sound made me flinch. Every shift in the darkness seemed like a human silhouette. I kept the whistle ready but was afraid to use it, thinking it might give away my location. I sat in that rotting log until my muscles cramped and my body went numb from the cold. When dawn finally came, I was almost too stiff to move. I crawled out of my hiding place and tried to get my bearings. Using the rising sun to establish east, I figured out roughly which direction the trail should be and started hiking. It took me 4 terrifying hours of bushwhacking to find the main trail again. When I finally stumbled back onto it, I nearly cried with relief. I headed downhill toward the trailhead, moving as fast as my exhausted body would allow. About an hour later, I ran into a group of day hikers, 2 couples in their 50s with walking poles and friendly golden retriever. They immediately knew something was wrong from my appearance. Torn clothes, scratched face, wild eyes. I must have looked deranged. I managed to tell them a condensed version of what happened. They insisted on escorting me all the way to the ranger station, which was the kindest thing anyone's ever done for me. The rangers took my report seriously, sent a team to my campsite, and had a park police officer drive me to my car. When the rangers checked my campsite, they found it completely ransacked. My tent had a foot-long slash in the back. My sleeping bag was gone. So was my backpack with my wallet inside. The only things left were some scattered food packages and a single boot. The rangers said they'd increase patrols in the area, but they never found the guy. They said it was likely someone who knew the park well, possibly a local. They took my contact information and promised to call if they found anything. I tried to put it behind me, told myself it was a random, horrible encounter that would never happen again. I changed the locks on my apartment even though he hadn't taken my keys. I started seeing a therapist. I was beginning to feel somewhat normal again. Then, 3 weeks later, an unmarked package arrived at my apartment. No return address, just my name and address printed on a label. Inside was my driver's license. Nothing else. No note, no explanation. Just my license, which had been in the wallet in my backpack at the campsite. He knew where I lived. I moved out that same day, changed apartments, changed jobs, changed my phone number, filed another police report that went nowhere, spent years looking over my shoulder. I've never gone camping alone again. Never will. Sometimes I think I see him, a tall figure watching me from across a parking lot. A man in a dark jacket who turns away when I look in his direction. Maybe it's him, maybe it's just my traumatized brain playing tricks on me. I still don't know who he was or why he chose me. Was I just in the wrong place? Did he follow me from Seattle? Was it random or calculated? These questions haunt me more than the actual memories sometimes. If you're reading this and thinking about a solo trip to someplace remote, please reconsider. At least tell someone exactly where you'll be. Carry a satellite phone. Be aware of your surroundings. Don't end up like me, jumping at shadows years later, always wondering if today is the day he decides to do more than just return my driver's license. Story 4. I've never shared this experience publicly before. but it's been 7 years, and I still wake up in cold sweats thinking about it. I guess writing it down might help me process what happened that day on Black Mountain. I used to be an avid solo hiker. Nothing extreme. I wasn't climbing Everest or anything, but I enjoyed challenging myself on weekend treks. That winter, I'd set my sights on Black Mountain in Kentucky. It's part of the Appalachians, and while locals have all these ghost stories about the place, I honestly thought it was just folklore to keep tourists interested. People talked about strange lights, apparitions, weird noises, typical spooky mountain stuff. I rolled my eyes at all of it. I was there for the views and the challenge, not ghost hunting. I arrived at the trailhead around 6 in the morning. It was mid-December, cold as hell, but clear skies were forecasted. I remember checking my backpack one last time. Water, protein bars, first aid kit, extra layers, headlamp, pocket knife, map, all the essentials. I even texted my roommate that I'd be back by evening, just as a precaution. Standard hiking protocol, you know. The first hour was pretty normal. The trail was well marked, and despite the cold, I was enjoying myself. The forest was beautiful in winter. Bare trees, patches of snow, that crisp air that burns your lungs a little. But as I climbed higher, something changed. The forest got denser, darker somehow, even though the sun was rising. The trees seemed to grow closer together, blocking out more light than seemed natural. And the silence. God, the silence. Anyone who's spent time in forests knows they're never actually quiet. There's always something. Birds, squirrels, wind in the leaves, distant streams. But about 2 hours in, I realized I couldn't hear anything except my own breathing and footsteps. No birds, no rustling, nothing. It felt wrong, but I convinced myself it was just the winter weather driving animals into hibernation or deeper cover. Around 9:30, I reached a fork in the trail that wasn't on my map. The main path continued right, following the ridge, while another, less defined path branched left, heading deeper into the forest. I stood there for a few minutes debating. The right path was clearly the official trail, but something about the left one tugged at me. Maybe it was my natural curiosity, or maybe something else was influencing my decision. I still don't know. But I took the left path. That's when things started getting really weird. About half a mile down this unmarked trail, I noticed carvings in the trees. Not your typical John loves Mary stuff, but strange symbols, circles with lines through them, weird angular shapes that reminded me of runes. Some looked fresh, the wood still pale where it had been cut. Others seemed older, the bark growing back around them. I took a few photos on my phone, thinking they might be trail markers for locals, or maybe even Native American carvings. The path kept getting narrower, barely visible in some spots. I had to push through dense underbrush at times. I was just about to turn back. This clearly wasn't a maintained trail when I heard it. A low, rhythmic humming. Not mechanical, definitely human. Like a group of people chanting in unison, but so deep and resonant it seemed to vibrate through the ground into my boots. I should have turned around right then. Every instinct was screaming at me to go back. But instead, I moved toward the sound, keeping low and trying to be quiet. The humming got louder, and I started to make out words, though in a language I didn't recognize. It had a harsh, guttural quality. After about 10 minutes of careful movement, the trees opened up into a small clearing. I crouched behind a fallen log and peered over. What I saw still haunts me. In the center of the clearing stood a crude wooden altar, just rough logs bound together with rope, but unmistakably an altar. Around it stood maybe 15 people in dark clothing. Not black robes like in movies, but dark winter clothes, coats, pants, hats, all in blacks and deep browns. Their faces were mostly shadowed by hoods, but I could see that some had painted or marked their skin with the same symbols I'd seen on the trees. On the altar was, God, I still don't want to think about it, what looked like a deer carcass, freshly killed, its belly sliced open. They were doing something with its organs, collecting blood in small clay bowls. One person, taller than the rest, wearing some kind of antlered headdress, was leading the chanting, raising their arms as the others responded. I was frozen, completely unable to move. This wasn't some teenagers messing around. These people were deadly serious, performing some kind of ritual with practiced movements. I tried to take a picture as evidence, but my hands were shaking so badly, I dropped my phone. It hit a branch with a crack that sounded like a gunshot in that unnatural silence. Everything stopped. The chanting cut off mid-word. Every hooded head turned in my direction. For one horrible second, nobody moved. Then the leader pointed toward me and shouted something. 3 of them immediately started running toward my position. I didn't wait to see more. I grabbed my phone and ran. I crashed through the underbrush, no longer caring about being quiet. Behind me, I could hear them shouting to each other, spreading out through the trees. They knew these woods far better than I did. I had no idea where I was, going just away from them, trying to find the main trail again. I ran for what felt like forever, my lungs burning in the cold air. At one point, I heard a whistling sound and something thudded into a tree trunk inches from my head. When I glanced back, I saw an arrow, an actual fucking arrow, sticking out of the wood. They were shooting at me with bows. This wasn't happening. Couldn't be happening. I changed direction, zigzagging between trees, trying to make myself a harder target. I could hear them behind me, calling to each other. They weren't even trying to be quiet. Why would they? This was their territory. After maybe 20 minutes of blind panic running, I spotted something through the trees, a dark opening in a hillside, some kind of cave or tunnel. Without thinking twice, I made for it, praying it wasn't a dead end. It was an old mining tunnel, as I'd find out later. The entrance was partially collapsed, but there was enough space for me to squeeze through. Inside, it was pitch black and smelled of damp earth and rust. I pulled out my headlamp with trembling hands and switched it on, revealing a narrow passage leading deeper into the mountain. I moved about 50 yards in, then found a small alcove where the tunnel widened slightly. I switched off my light and huddled there, trying to control my breathing. My heart was pounding so hard, I was sure they'd hear it if they came inside. Minutes passed. I heard voices at the tunnel entrance, harsh and angry. They were arguing about something. I caught phrases like, "not worth it," and "too close to the other side." After what seemed like an eternity, the voices faded. They'd moved on, continuing their search elsewhere. I stayed frozen in that alcove for hours, too terrified to move. My phone had no signal this deep in the mountain. The temperature was dropping as afternoon turned to evening, and the cold began seeping into my bones. But I didn't dare leave. What if they were waiting just outside? What if this was a trap? Sometime later, I'd lost all sense of time. I heard new voices echoing through the tunnel. Different voices, younger. I heard laughter. My first thought was that the cult people had come back with reinforcements. But as the voices got closer, I realized these were just kids, probably teenagers. "This tunnel supposedly goes all the way through the mountain," one voice said. "The miners abandoned it in 1930-something when they hit a pocket of bad air." "You sure this is safe?" asked another voice, nervous. "Totally. My brother came here last summer. Check out how the support beams are still intact. A beam of light swept past my hiding spot, and I pressed myself further into the alcove. But I was so cold, so exhausted, that I couldn't stop a small sound from escaping my throat. The lights immediately swung in my direction. "Who's there?" called a scared voice. I was at the end of my rope. These were just kids, not cultists, and I was going to die in this tunnel if I didn't get help. "Please," I managed to croak. "Help me." They nearly ran when I emerged from the alcove, pale and shaking. Two boys, couldn't have been older than 19, with a camera and flashlights. They were filming some YouTube video about the tunnel's structure. When they realized I wasn't a ghost or a murderer, just a terrified hiker, they helped me out of the tunnel. I told them a simplified version of what happened, that I'd gotten lost and saw some people performing what looked like an animal sacrifice, and they'd chased me. The boys exchanged looks like they'd heard rumors about this kind of thing before. "There's always been weird stories about groups using these backwoods," one of them said. "Most people think it's bullshit." They drove me to the nearest hospital, where I was treated for exhaustion and mild hypothermia. I had a small concussion too, probably from when I fell while running. When the police asked what happened, I told them everything. They nodded politely, took notes, but I could tell they didn't fully believe me. They searched the area the next day, but found nothing. No altar, no signs of any ritual, not even the carvings I'd seen on the trees. The official report called it a case of a hiker getting lost and experiencing confusion due to exhaustion and the onset of hypothermia. They suggested I might have stumbled upon hunters field dressing a deer and misinterpreted what I saw. But I know what I saw. I know what happened. Those weren't hunters. The symbols, the chanting, the organized way they spread out to search for me, that was something else entirely. I don't hike alone anymore. I stick to popular trails with lots of other people around, and I've researched Black Mountain extensively since then. Turns out there are decades of reports of strange activities in those woods, missing persons, unexplained lights, weird sounds. Most get written off as hoaxes or hallucinations, but sometimes at night, I still hear that humming, and I know there are things in those mountains that no official report will ever acknowledge. Story 5. I still can't sleep properly. It's been over 4 years since it happened, but I can't shake the feeling that one day I'll take a wrong turn and end up back there. I've been driving trucks for almost 20 years now, and nothing in my career has ever come close to what I experienced that night in October of 2019. I was doing a regular Dallas to Denver run, something I'd done hundreds of times before. Nothing special about the cargo, just some electronics and household goods. I remember checking the weather before heading out. Foggy conditions were expected north of Oklahoma City, but nothing I couldn't handle. I'd driven through worse. I left Dallas around 3 in the afternoon, figuring I'd make it to somewhere around Wichita, Kansas by midnight, get some sleep at a truck stop I usually frequent, then finish the run the next day. Standard procedure. My rig was running perfectly. A 2-year-old Peterbilt I'd been assigned after my old Freightliner finally gave up the ghost. I'd even packed a good dinner, my wife's meatloaf sandwich and some homemade cookies. Everything was completely normal. The fog started rolling in just as I was approaching Oklahoma City, around 9 at night. Nothing too severe at first, just patchy stuff that would thicken and then clear up. I remember turning on the radio to keep me company, some classic rock station playing Creedence Clearwater Revival. I was singing along to Bad Moon Rising when I passed through OKC. North of the city, the fog really started to set in. Dense, soupy stuff that cut visibility down to maybe 30 yards at times. I slowed down to around 55, keeping a careful eye on the taillights ahead. Traffic was light, typical for that time of night. I had my GPS going, not that I needed it for this route, but it's company policy to use it for logging purposes. I was about 40 miles north of Oklahoma City when things started getting weird. My GPS, which had been working fine all day, suddenly recalculated. The robotic voice said, "In 1 mile, take exit 47 right." Now I know I-35 like the back of my hand. There's no exit 47 where I was. I figured it was just a GPS glitch. Happens all the time with those things. But as I continued, I saw an exit sign looming in the fog. Exit 47. I'd driven this stretch hundreds of times and never seen this exit before. I almost ignored it, but my GPS was insistent, and something in my gut told me to follow it. Maybe there was road work ahead that I didn't know about. So I took the exit, thinking it would just be a small detour. The ramp curved gently and merged onto what looked like another highway. 4 lanes, good pavement, normal highway signs. But something felt immediately off. The fog seemed to thin out a bit, but there was this weird quality to the air, like the color was drained out of everything. The signs didn't indicate what highway this was, just directional markers for north and south. I checked my GPS, and it showed I was on something called Highway 177. Now, there is a State Highway 177 in Oklahoma, but it doesn't intersect with I-35 where I was. And it's definitely not a 4-lane divided highway. I figured the GPS had really screwed up, but I wasn't too worried yet. I'd just take the next exit and get back on track. But there was no next exit. I drove for 20 minutes, and there wasn't a single exit ramp. Not one. No service stations, no rest areas, nothing. Just endless highway stretching through scrubby plains. The mile markers were what really started to freak me out. First I passed marker 33, then 18, then 47, then 9. They were in no logical sequence whatsoever, and some of them looked wrong, like they were handmade or really old. I tried the CB radio to see if there were any other truckers in the area who could tell me what the hell was going on. Nothing but static. Not even the usual chatter you get on a quiet night. Just white noise. My cell phone showed no service either. By this point, I was getting seriously worried. I'd been driving on this mystery highway for almost an hour, and according to my odometer, I'd covered about 50 miles. But the landscape never changed. Just flat, empty land on either side. No farms, no houses, no lights. Nothing. That's when I noticed the other vehicles. There weren't many, maybe one every few minutes, but they were all maintaining exactly the same speed, and they were spaced at perfectly regular intervals. When I sped up to pass one, an old blue sedan, I glanced over and nearly drove off the road. The driver was a middle-aged woman with this expression of absolute terror on her face. When she saw me looking, her eyes went wide, and she mouthed something that looked like, "Help me." I tried to roll down my window to shout to her, but she just shook her head frantically and looked forward again. I passed 3 more vehicles over the next half hour, a pickup truck, a minivan, and an older model semi. Every single driver had the same terrified expression. The guy in the semi actually pressed a piece of paper against his window as I passed. It just said, "How long?" in what looked like it had been written in blood or ketchup or something. Jesus Christ, my hands are shaking just typing this out. I tried to exit again when I saw what looked like a ramp, but when I took it, it just looped around and put me right back on the same damn highway, heading in the same direction. I actually screamed in frustration at that point. I'm not ashamed to admit it. The fuel gauge was another thing that didn't make sense. I'd been driving for hours by now, but it showed exactly the same level as when I first took that exit. It hadn't moved at all. My watch said it was nearly 2 in the morning, but the dashboard clock was frozen at 10:17, the approximate time I'd taken the exit. I decided to try something desperate. I pulled over onto the shoulder and just stopped. I sat there with the engine idling for about 20 minutes. No other vehicles stopped. They just kept driving past at regular intervals. I got out of the cab, something you're not supposed to do on a highway shoulder, but I needed to feel solid ground under my feet. The air felt wrong. Not cold, not hot, just neutral. Like it wasn't really air at all. And it was dead silent except for the sound of my engine and the occasional vehicle passing. No wind, no insects, nothing. I got back in the truck and decided to turn around. I waited for a gap in the sparse traffic, then executed a U-turn across the median. I figured I'd just go back the way I came and find that original exit. I drove south for what must have been at least 30 miles, but the exit never appeared. In fact, there were no exits at all in either direction. I was fully trapped on this highway. That's when my CB radio suddenly crackled to life. Through the static, I heard a voice. "Is there anybody out there? This is Lost Leader. Anybody copy?" I grabbed the handset so fast I nearly pulled the cord out. "This is Marcus Webb. I copy you, Lost Leader. Where the hell are we?" There was a long pause, then, "New one, huh? When did you get on?" "About 3 hours ago. Took exit 47 off I-35 north of Oklahoma City. Where is this place?" Another pause. "They call it the Phantom Highway, friend. Some of us have been here a while." My blood ran cold. "What do you mean, a while?" "Hard to say exactly. Time works different here. For me, it's been, I don't know, maybe a few weeks? But my watch says it's only been about 10 hours since I got on near Flagstaff." "Flagstaff? Arizona? But I'm in Oklahoma." "We're in Oklahoma. Not anymore. This road, it's not on any map. It doesn't exist in the real world. It's some kind of, I don't know what it is, but it takes people sometimes. Drivers." I couldn't process what he was saying. It sounded insane. "How do we get off?" "Don't know if we can. Some people do, though. They just find themselves back on their original route, like nothing happened. Others, well, I've been talking to people on this band for what feels like weeks, and some of them just stop responding. Don't know if they got out or..." He didn't finish the sentence. He didn't need to. "Look," he continued, "all I know is that your best bet is to just keep driving. Don't stop for too long. The ones who stop for too long, they don't seem to leave." "Leave for where? Back to the real world?" "Maybe. Or maybe somewhere else. I don't know, man. I'm just telling you what I've pieced together from talking to others." We talked for a while longer. He told me he was a long-haul trucker from Arizona who had taken a strange exit near Flagstaff about 2 weeks ago, by his reckoning. He'd been driving ever since, stopping only for short breaks to sleep in his cab. He said there were others like us on different frequencies, like we were all on the same road but somehow separated, only able to communicate through the CB radios. Then, mid-sentence, his voice cut out. Just gone. I tried calling for him for almost an hour, but there was nothing but static. I kept driving. What else could I do? I drove until my eyes were burning from fatigue. The fuel gauge never moved. I never got hungry or thirsty, though I drank some water from my cooler out of habit. And then, without any warning, I saw an exit ramp. It had a sign, I-35 South. I took it without hesitation, and suddenly I was merging onto I-35. Normal I-35, with normal traffic and normal signs. According to my truck's electronic log, Only 47 minutes had passed since I'd taken that exit, but my watch showed it was nearly 5 in the morning, and my body felt like I'd been driving all night. I pulled into the first truck stop I saw and just sat there, shaking. When I finally got the courage to go inside, I asked the cashier what day it was. It was still the same day, or rather, early the next morning. Less than a day had passed in the real world. As I was paying for coffee, another trucker in line behind me said quietly, "Phantom Highway got you, huh?" I nearly dropped my wallet. "You know about it?" He nodded grimly. "Happened to me back in 2014, northern Texas for me. Drove for what felt like 2 days. Clock said 22 minutes. "What the hell is it?" I asked. He shrugged. "Nobody knows for sure. Some say it's ghost data in the GPS systems, old routes that were planned but never built, or roads that existed once but were abandoned. The GPS picks it up sometimes and, I don't know, opens a door or something. Happens to about 1 driver a month in these parts, from what I've heard. Most make it back." "Most?" He just looked at me and didn't answer. "I've never taken that road again. I switched to east-west runs after that. I've talked to a few other drivers who've had similar experiences, not just in Oklahoma, but all over the country. Some spent what felt like days on that road, others just minutes. But all of them described the same thing. The random mile markers, the perfectly spaced cars, the terrified drivers. I still drive trucks. I have to make a living. But I never follow unexpected GPS directions anymore, and I never drive in fog if I can help it. And sometimes, when I'm driving at night and the road stretches empty before me, I check my fuel gauge compulsively, making sure it's going down like it should. Because I know the Phantom Highway is still out there, waiting for distracted drivers to take the wrong exit. And I'm not convinced it lets everyone leave. Story 6. I've been in law enforcement for 15 years now, but nothing in my career has affected me like what happened in the summer of 2019. I still get chills thinking about it. I'm writing this down partly because my therapist thinks it might help, but also because I need to make sense of everything that happened. I was working as a patrol officer with Lakewood PD when our captain called me into his office. I remember it was a Monday morning, and I thought I was in trouble for something. Instead, he told me I'd been assigned to oversee security for the draining of Hanson Reservoir. The city was doing some maintenance work on the dam and needed a police presence to keep trespassers away. Seemed like an easy enough assignment, basically glorified babysitting. The first few days were mind-numbingly boring. I'd patrol the perimeter, chat with the engineers, and fill out my daily reports. Nothing exciting. The reservoir was huge, about 80 acres, and had been built in the 70s. The water level was dropping by about 3 feet per day, revealing more and more of the muddy bottom. On the 4th day, one of the engineers radioed me. "Officer Chen, can you come to the northeast quadrant? We've got something unusual." When I arrived, a small group had gathered at the water's edge. The lead engineer, Dave, pointed to an area where the water wasn't draining properly. "See that dip in the mud? Water's pooling there instead of following the gradient. Something's blocking the natural flow." I didn't think much of it at first. Probably just debris or an old tree stump. But Dave was concerned enough to bring in additional pumps to accelerate drainage in that section. By late afternoon, I was standing with Dave watching as the water level dropped enough to reveal what was causing the obstruction. The first thing I saw was what looked like a curved piece of metal, dark green or maybe blue under layers of silt and algae. "Is that what I think it is?" Dave asked. My stomach dropped. "Yeah, that's a car roof." Within an hour, I had called in the situation and secured the area. By evening, we had a recovery team on site. The water level continued to drop overnight, and by morning, we could see most of the vehicle, a sedan, almost completely intact despite being submerged for what appeared to be many years. I'll never forget the moment when one of the recovery team members wiped mud from the license plate and ran the numbers. "Officer Chen, it's a 1987 Buick Regal registered to a Harold Winters." I wasn't familiar with the name, but our department's records officer was. She called me directly. "Maya, that car belongs to a missing person case from 1992. Harold Winters disappeared without a trace. His case went cold decades ago." The recovery was delicate work. The car had sunk deep into the mud, and the team had to be careful not to damage potential evidence. When they finally opened the driver's door, the smell hit us all at once. That unmistakable stench of human remains that had been underwater for years. I'd smelled decomposition before, but this was different, mustier, more mineral-like. Inside was what remained of Harold Winters, mostly a skeleton with some preserved tissue, still seat-belted in the driver's seat. The medical examiner arrived to oversee the removal of the remains, and I remember how quiet everyone became. This man had been missing for 27 years, and now we had found him. His family had lived without answers for all that time. The initial theory was straightforward: suicide disguised as an accident. The reservoir had several access roads back then that weren't as well monitored. Our preliminary investigation showed that Winters had been under enormous financial pressure in 1992. He'd recently increased his life insurance policy, and there was no sign of foul play. I thought that would be the end of it. A sad but relatively simple case closed after nearly 3 decades. I was wrong. The next day, as drainage continued, one of the divers who was checking the area around where the Buick had been found radioed in with urgency in his voice. "There's another vehicle approximately 30 feet west of the first recovery site." I couldn't believe it. What were the odds of 2 cars ending up in nearly the same spot? This time, it was a Ford Escort, and the plates came back to Michael Lawson, a 22-year-old who had disappeared in 1988, 4 years before Winters. The recovery of Lawson's remains changed everything. Unlike Winters, Lawson had obvious blunt force trauma to the skull. This wasn't a suicide or an accident. It was murder. I remember calling my captain from the site, my hands shaking. "Sir, we need to treat the entire reservoir as a crime scene." The next 3 days were the most intense of my career. As the water level continued to drop, 3 more vehicles emerged from the mud: a Toyota Corolla, a Chevy Cavalier, and a Honda Accord. Each contained human remains. Diane Keller disappeared 1989. Jennifer Santos disappeared 1990. Robert Finch disappeared 1991. The media descended on Lakewood like vultures. The story was too sensational to ignore. 5 bodies found in 5 vehicles in a draining reservoir. What had once been a routine maintenance job had turned into the biggest case in our department's history. The forensic examinations revealed that 4 of the 5 victims, Lawson, Keller, Santos, and Finch, had all suffered similar blunt force trauma to the head before their bodies were placed in vehicles and pushed into the reservoir. Only Winters appeared to have driven in himself. I spent countless hours reviewing the old case files, trying to find connections between the victims. The breakthrough came when we realized they all had accounts at First Lakewood Bank. Winters had worked there as a loan officer, while the others were customers. Going through employment records from that time period, One name jumped out, Thomas Graydon, who had worked security at the bank from 1987 to 1992. When we dug into Graydon's background, things got even more disturbing. He had no criminal record, but former co-workers described him as intensely private and awkward around women. One former teller mentioned that Graydon would sometimes follow female employees to their cars to make sure they were safe. The most critical interview was with Harold Winter's widow, Margaret. She was in her 70s now and living in a retirement community in Florida. I flew down there myself. I'll never forget sitting in her small apartment, surrounded by photos of the life she'd built after her husband's disappearance. When I told her we'd found Harold's remains, she broke down completely. Through her tears, she revealed the truth she'd been carrying for 27 years. Harold wasn't suicidal, she told me. He found out something about Thomas Graydon. Harold discovered that Graydon had been stalking female employees and customers from the bank. According to Margaret, Graydon had approached Harold with a bargain. He would help stage Harold's suicide to look like a disappearance, ensuring Margaret would eventually be able to claim the life insurance payout. In exchange, Harold would keep quiet about Graydon's activities. Harold was desperate, Margaret said. We were about to lose everything. He thought he was protecting me. He never knew that Graydon had already killed others. Within 48 hours, we had located Thomas Graydon living under the name Thomas Gray in Sedona, Arizona. He was 73 years old and had been living quietly there for almost 20 years. I wasn't present for his arrest, but I watched the recorded interview. Graydon was eerily calm as he confessed to the murders of Lawson, Keller, Santos, and Finch. He described how he would observe them at the bank, learning their routines. He would follow them, waiting for an opportunity. Each was knocked unconscious with a hammer, then placed in their own vehicle and driven to the reservoir, using access roads that were seldom monitored. The water hides everything, he said without emotion. I knew they'd never be found. And they wouldn't have been, if not for that routine draining for maintenance. For decades, those victims had been right there, under the water that people boated and fished on, never knowing what lay beneath. The case has been closed for 3 years now. Graydon died in prison last year, lung cancer. All 5 victims have been properly buried by their families. But I can't shake the image of those cars emerging from the mud, one by one, like some kind of nightmarish excavation. I still drive past the reservoir sometimes. It's full again, the water calm and peaceful. No one would ever guess what was hidden there for so long. It makes me wonder what other secrets are out there, just below the surface, waiting to be discovered. I used to think that time eventually revealed all truths. Now I know better. Sometimes the truth stays hidden until something forces it to the surface. And sometimes when that happens, you wish it had stayed buried. The most disturbing part? I can't help wondering if there are more vehicles still down there, in deeper parts of the reservoir that weren't fully drained. More victims we never found. More families still waiting for answers they may never get. Every time my phone rings with a call from dispatch now, there's a moment where I wonder, is this another secret coming to light? Another horror rising to the surface? Because once you've seen 5 cars emerge from the mud with their grisly contents, you never look at still water the same way again. Story 7. I've been struggling with whether to share this for years. Even now, typing this out, my hands are shaking. I was the sheriff of Summit County, Colorado for almost 25 years, and I've seen plenty of disturbing things in my career. But what happened that night in June of 2007 still haunts me. I've never told the complete story to anyone. Not my wife, not my deputies, not even the FBI agents who eventually got involved. It was one of those brutal Colorado thunderstorms, the kind where lightning strikes so frequently it almost looks like daylight outside. I was in my patrol vehicle checking on elderly residents after the power went out across the county. The rain was coming down in sheets, making it nearly impossible to see more than 20 feet ahead. Around 11:30 that night, my radio crackled to life. "Sheriff, you copy? It's Nancy." Nancy Carter was my night dispatcher, reliable as they come. "Go ahead, Nancy," I responded, wiping condensation from my windshield. "Getting some weird interference on the emergency band. It's been coming and going for about 20 minutes now. Sounds like it's broadcasting from somewhere up near Black Ridge Peak." I frowned. There was nothing up on Black Ridge except the old fire tower, and that had been abandoned since the 70s. "Probably just the storm playing tricks with the signal," I told her, but something in her voice made me uneasy. "No, Marcus, it's not random static. It sounds like words, and when it comes through clearer, it sounds like someone's trying to call for help." That got my attention. "Anyone reported missing or hiking in that area?" "Negative. Rangers closed those trails yesterday because of the storm warning." I sighed, looking through the windshield at the angry sky. The sensible thing would be to wait until morning. But if someone was actually stranded up there in this weather... "I'll check it out," I said, already regretting the words as they left my mouth. The road to Black Ridge Peak was barely maintained, and in the storm, it was a nightmare. Twice I nearly slid off the edge, the mud giving way beneath my tires. My headlights caught the glint of the metal tower through the trees about 45 minutes later. By then, the storm had intensified. The wind howled through the pines, sounding almost like a human wail. I pulled up as close as I could to the base of the tower. My flashlight beam revealed no other vehicles. The ground was undisturbed except for the new rivulets carved by the rain. If someone was up there, they hadn't driven here recently. The tower stood about 80 feet tall, a skeletal structure of rusted metal with a small observation cabin at the top. As my light swept upward, I could have sworn I saw movement in the cabin window, but it was probably just rain streaking across the glass. The climb up was terrifying. The metal steps were slick with rain, and the whole structure swayed slightly in the wind. Every few seconds, lightning would flash, and I'd freeze, acutely aware I was climbing what was essentially a giant lightning rod in the middle of a thunderstorm. By the time I reached the trapdoor that led into the observation cabin, I was soaked through and shivering. I pushed it open, half expecting to find someone injured inside. The cabin was empty. Dust covered most surfaces, undisturbed except for where rain had leaked through the aging roof. Old topographical maps were still pinned to the walls, yellowed with age. A cot sat in one corner, the mattress long since rotted away. The place smelled of mildew and rust. But there was something else that didn't belong. Sitting on the desk by the large windows was an old radio transmitter. Not the modern equipment the Forest Service would have used before they abandoned the place. This was older, with vacuum tubes and bakelite knobs. The kind they would have used in the 60s or 70s, and impossibly, its power light was on. I stared at it, bewildered. The entire county was in a blackout. There were no generators here, no solar panels. This equipment shouldn't have been operational. I reached for my radio to call Nancy when suddenly the transmitter in front of me crackled to life. Static burst from the speaker, making me jump. Then a voice, distant and distorted. "Emergency, tower, Colton reporting, fire." I froze. The name struck a chord in my memory. Davis Colton. He was the last fire watcher assigned to this tower. Every local knew the story. He'd died when lightning struck the tower in '76, igniting a forest fire that trapped him up here. The tragedy was why they'd eventually automated the fire detection systems and abandoned these towers. The voice came again, clearer this time. "This is Fire Watcher Davis Colton. Tower's been struck, fire's spreading. Request immediate assistance." My skin crawled. This had to be some kind of sick prank. Someone had set this up, rigged old equipment to replay recordings. "Hello?" I said, feeling foolish. "This is Sheriff Marcus Weldon. Is anyone here?" The radio fell silent for a moment. Then, "Sheriff Weldon, you came." Finally, someone came. My blood ran cold. It had responded to me, used my name. "Who is this?" I demanded, my voice unsteady. "This isn't funny." Static hissed from the speaker then. "I told you, Davis Colton. I've been broadcasting for years. Only seems to connect when the conditions are right. When there's a storm, like the night it happened." I backed away from the transmitter, bumping into the wall behind me. This wasn't possible. I was talking to a man who'd been dead for over 30 years. "You're not real," I said, more to myself than to the voice. "I'm as real as I need to be to tell you what happened," the voice replied, growing clearer with each word. "It wasn't an accident, Sheriff. The fire wasn't from lightning. I was murdered." A flash of lightning illuminated the cabin, thunder booming so loudly the windows rattled. When the sound faded, the voice continued. "They found out I knew about the logging, the bribes. I had evidence. They came up here during the storm, knowing no one would see them." "Who?" I asked, despite myself. "Who came up here?" "Commissioner Blake, Forest Supervisor Renner, and your predecessor, Sheriff Tanner." I knew those names. Blake had been county commissioner until his death in the late '80s. Renner had retired and moved to Arizona. And Sheriff Tanner, he'd been my mentor when I first joined the department. He'd died of a heart attack just before I was elected sheriff. "They're all dead now," I said. "So am I," the voice replied simply. "But the truth is still there, buried. South Ridge Slope, by the old survey marker, 50 paces east. I buried it the day before they came. Knew they were on to me." Another flash of lightning, and the radio's power light flickered. "Connection's failing," the voice said, growing fainter. "Storms shifting. Always happens. Find the box, Sheriff. Do what's right." The light on the transmitter went out. I stood there in the darkness, listening to my own ragged breathing and the sound of rain against the roof. I should have dismissed it all. Stress, exhaustion, maybe even carbon monoxide from the old stove in the corner affecting my mind. But something about the conviction in that voice, its desperation, stuck with me. 3 days later, I returned to Black Ridge Peak with a small team and ground-penetrating radar equipment borrowed from the state crime lab. I told them we were following an anonymous tip about evidence in an old case. I couldn't bring myself to tell them the truth. We found it exactly where the voice had said. A metal ammunition box, buried about 2 feet down. Inside was a journal, water-damaged but still legible, and an old audio recorder, partially melted. The journal belonged to Davis Colton. Entries spanning his 6 months as fire watcher, mostly mundane observations about weather and wildlife. But the last few weeks detailed his discovery of illegal logging operations in protected areas of the forest. He'd photographed trucks coming and going at night, recorded license plate numbers. The final entries named names, Commissioner Blake authorizing permits for land that was off-limits, Forest Supervisor Renner taking payoffs to look the other way, and Sheriff Tanner ensuring no deputies would patrol those areas. The last entry was dated June 12, 1976, the day before Colton died. Meeting with federal investigator tomorrow, bringing all evidence. Can't trust local authorities with this. We sent everything to the state forensic lab. They recovered partial fingerprints matching Colton's from the journal. The recorder was too damaged to retrieve audio, but its very existence corroborated the journal's mention of recorded conversations. I petitioned to have Colton's remains exhumed and re-examined. Modern forensic techniques found accelerant traces on bone fragments, not consistent with a natural fire. There were also fractures to his skull that suggested trauma before the fire. The case was reopened, but with all the primary suspects deceased, it stalled. The logging company had been sold 3 times since the 70s. No one alive could be directly tied to what happened to Colton. I never went back to that tower after we recovered the evidence. I left the transmitter where it was, though maintenance crews reported finding it several times over the years when they'd go up to check the structure's stability. Each time, they'd remove it, and somehow it would reappear. I omitted my conversation with Colton's voice from my official report. Some things you just can't explain in official documentation, but I made sure Davis Colton got justice in a way. We amended his death certificate, put up a proper memorial, made sure people knew he died trying to protect the forest, not through his own negligence as the original report suggested. I retired 2 years ago, but during bad storms, I still turn on an old emergency band radio in my garage. Nancy, who retired herself not long after me, calls sometimes when she picks up that same interference during thunderstorms. We don't talk about what it might mean. All I know is that somewhere between the lightning and the rain, between what's real and what can't possibly be, there are things we can't explain. And sometimes, voices from forgotten frequencies still have important things to say. Story 8. I never thought I'd be writing about something like this. Even now, my hands are shaking as I type. But I need to get this out there, maybe as a warning to others, or maybe just to process what happened to me 6 months ago. I'm a graphic designer here in Chicago. I've lived in the city for almost 4 years now, and I absolutely loved it. The energy, the art scene, the architecture. I had my favorite spots. Intelligentsia for morning coffee, the lakefront for weekend runs, and this little cafe called Artemis in Wicker Park, where I'd spend hours working on my freelance projects. I'm not naturally paranoid or anxious. I was always the friend who walked home alone at night without thinking twice about it. That all changed last autumn. It was a Wednesday evening in October. The weather had just turned crisp, and everyone was wearing light jackets. I was at Artemis, my usual spot, working on a branding project. I remember I was wearing my oversized Northwestern hoodie, hair up in a messy bun, completely in the zone with my headphones on. Around 7, I took a break to order another latte and noticed him for the first time. He was sitting 3 tables away, facing me directly. Mid-30s maybe, dark hair, business casual clothes. Nothing particularly memorable except for the way he was looking at me, not glancing, staring. When our eyes met, he didn't look away like a normal person would. He smiled. It wasn't a friendly smile. It was knowing, like we shared some secret. I didn't recognize him at all. I felt instantly uncomfortable but told myself I was overreacting. Chicago's full of weird people, right? I packed up my stuff anyway, earlier than planned. As I was leaving, I glanced back and he was still watching me, that same smile on his face. The next day, I was at a different coffee shop downtown, miles from my usual spot. I was in the middle of a client call when I saw him again. Same guy, same stare, sitting by the window. My stomach dropped. I quickly ended my call and left, convincing myself it was just a bizarre coincidence. But then it happened again and again. Over the next week, I spotted him at the grocery store near my apartment, at the park where I sometimes sketched, even in the lobby of my gym, always at a distance, always watching, never approaching. I started documenting everything, times, locations, what he was wearing. I took discreet photos when I could. I showed them to my roommate Jen and my friend Marcus. They both said the same thing. Chicago's a big city, but not that big. You're probably just noticing him because you're stressed about your deadlines. But it wasn't that. When you're being watched, it's this feeling that crawls up your spine. Your brain registers something wrong before you can even name it. After 2 weeks of this, I went to the police. I sat across from an officer who took notes but looked bored. He asked if the man had threatened me, touched me, or communicated with me in any way. When I said no, just the staring and showing up everywhere, he sighed and said there wasn't much they could do. "Ma'am, being in public places isn't a crime." He gave me a case number and told me to call if the situation escalated. I felt stupid and dismissed. I started changing my routines. I switched coffee shops, took different routes to work, varied my schedule. For a few days, I thought maybe it had worked. I didn't see him. Then my phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. "I see you. You're so beautiful." I nearly threw up right there on the sidewalk. I was walking home from the train and I spun around, scanning every face, every doorway. No one, just regular commuters rushing past me. Another text came. "That red scarf brings out your eyes." I was wearing a red scarf. I hadn't posted any photos online that day. No one should have known that. I ran the rest of the way home and called the police again. This time they took me more seriously. They asked for the number and said they'd trace it. They told me to stay with someone, not to be alone. I stayed with Jen for the next few nights. I filed for an emergency restraining order, but without knowing who he was, it was useless. I installed a security app on my phone that shared my location with friends 24/7. I bought pepper spray. I stopped going out alone. But the texts kept coming from new numbers. "Why are you hiding from me? I miss seeing your face. We belong together." Each one made me feel more violated, more trapped. I changed my number, but somehow he got the new one within days. One night, it was around 2 a.m, I woke up to a loud crash. I was back in my own apartment by then. I froze in bed, listening. Nothing. Then footsteps. Slow, deliberate footsteps in my living room. I called 911 with shaking hands and whispered my address. Then I locked myself in my bathroom with a pair of scissors until I heard sirens. The police found nothing. No signs of forced entry. My front door was still locked from the inside. The windows were untouched. They suggested I might have dreamed it, or maybe it was just the building settling. One officer noticed my exhaustion and asked gently if I'd been sleeping well, like I was just some hysterical woman. But I knew what I heard. The next day, I installed security cameras in my apartment, facing my front door, in the hallway, with my landlord's reluctant permission. I reinforced my locks and put alarms on my windows. 2 days later, I found a note slipped under my door. "I know you're scared, but you can't hide from me. I'll always be watching." I took the note to the police, my hands shaking. This time, a female detective interviewed me. She was the first person who seemed to truly believe me. She looked through all my documentation, the photos, the text log, the note, and promised to assign someone to investigate. But I couldn't just sit and wait. I started my own investigation. I reverse searched the phone numbers. I looked through social media for anyone who matched his description, who might have connections to places I frequented. I asked friends if they'd seen him, showing them the blurry photos I'd managed to take. Then I found something. On Instagram, a profile with no real name, just Chicago Watcher. The profile picture was too small to make out clearly, but the content made my blood freeze. Photos of me, dozens of them. Me working at cafes, walking down the street, once even through my apartment window. The captions were worse. She doesn't know how special she is yet. Soon we'll be together. She pretends not to notice me, but I know she feels our connection. I took screenshots of everything and went straight to the police station. The detective looked grim as she scrolled through my phone. "This is stalking, clear and simple," she said. "We can use this to identify him." They increased patrols in my neighborhood. They reached out to Instagram to get the account information. They checked security footage from places where I'd spotted him. Meanwhile, I barely functioned. I took a leave of absence from work. I lost weight. I jumped at every sound. I stayed with different friends, never in the same place for more than a couple nights, afraid he'd figure out where I was. 3 weeks after finding the Instagram account, I got a call from the detective. They'd identified him. His name was Robert Keller. He'd done this before to 2 other women in different cities. He had a record for harassment and violating restraining orders, but he'd never actually physically harmed anyone. They were bringing him in for questioning. That night, I stayed with my friend Marcus, trying to feel relief, but still jumping at every noise. Around midnight, my phone rang. The detective. They'd arrested Robert. They'd found evidence in his apartment linking him to the messages and notes. He'd been tracking my phone somehow. He had photos of me all over his walls. I should have felt relief. Instead, I felt violated all over again, imagining him in his apartment, surrounded by pieces of my life. The next day, they let me see his mugshot to confirm it was him. It was. The same man who'd been watching me for months, now staring blankly at the camera. I filed for a permanent restraining order. I gave statements. I did everything they asked me to do. They told me he'd likely serve time for stalking and harassment, given his prior record. They told me I was safe now. But here's the thing about being stalked. You're never really safe again. Not in your mind. I still check over my shoulder constantly. I still wake up at the smallest sounds. I moved apartments. I changed jobs. I see a therapist twice a week. I'm trying to reclaim my life, but it's hard. The other day, I was at a new coffee shop miles from my old neighborhood, and I got that feeling again. The crawling sensation up my spine. I turned around and saw a man looking at me. He quickly looked away. Probably just a normal guy who happened to glance in my direction. But I packed up and left anyway. I don't know if I'll ever feel completely safe again. I don't know if I'll ever stop looking over my shoulder or checking my locks 3 times before bed. All I know is that for months, someone watched every move I made, collected pieces of my life like souvenirs, and decided he had some claim to me. And no arrest can undo that violation. Sometimes I still feel like I'm being watched, like he's still out there somewhere, waiting. The rational part of me knows he's in jail, but the part of me that woke up to footsteps in my apartment that night, that part isn't so sure. Story 9. I still can't bring myself to go near any large body of water. Not pools, not rivers, and definitely not lakes. My therapist says I need to write this down, that it might help process what happened. I'm not sure anything will ever make sense of those 3 days at Lake Lanier back in July 2013, but here goes. It was supposed to be a summer getaway with friends. My husband Marcus and I had been planning this trip with our two other couple friends for months. David and Karen Chen are old college buddies of mine, and Tyler and Amelia Rodriguez are Marcus's cousins. We're all in our 30s, reasonably outdoorsy, but nothing extreme. Just normal people looking for a weekend away from Atlanta's summer heat. I'd heard Lake Lanier was beautiful, with these hidden coves perfect for camping. Tyler had found this peninsula that jutted out into a quiet part of the lake, away from the main recreational areas. When we arrived that Friday afternoon, I remember thinking how peaceful it looked. The water was this deep blue-green, so still it almost seemed solid. While setting up our tents, Tyler started digging a small pit for our campfire and hit something hard. At first, we thought it was just a rock, but when he cleared away more dirt, we realized it was concrete. Old concrete fragments, like part of a foundation. "That's weird," Tyler said, brushing dirt from his hands. "Why would there be concrete out here?" Marcus mentioned something about how the lake was man-made in the 50s, and that they'd flooded entire towns to create it. I didn't think much of it then, just a random historical fact. God, I wish I'd paid more attention. David and Karen are certified divers and had brought their gear to explore the lake. While the rest of us were finishing setting up camp, they decided to take a quick dive before sunset. When they came back about an hour later, Karen looked shaken. "You won't believe what's down there," she said, water still dripping from her wetsuit. "There's an entire street about 60 feet down, buildings, lampposts, everything." David nodded, pulling off his dive mask. "And a cemetery. We found a cemetery underwater." "Like, with gravestones?" Amelia asked, handing them towels. "Full-on cemetery," David confirmed. But the weird thing was the silt around some of the graves looked disturbed, like something had been coming out of them. "Very funny," Marcus laughed, handing them both beers. "You trying to scare us already?" Karen didn't laugh. "I'm serious. It didn't look natural. The sediment patterns were all wrong. We tried to brush it off, had a nice dinner, drank a few beers, told some stories around the campfire. It was getting late when we first heard it, a rhythmic splashing sound from the water. At first, I thought it might be fish jumping or maybe a boat in the distance, but it was too regular, too deliberate." "Do you guys hear that?" I asked, interrupting Tyler's story. Everyone went quiet. The splashing continued, moving along the shoreline around our peninsula, counterclockwise, perfectly timed, like footsteps in water. "It's probably just the current," Marcus suggested, but his voice had that forced confidence I recognized from whenever he was actually worried. We stayed up a bit longer, but the splashing continued circling our campsite until we all silently agreed to call it a night. In our tent, Marcus fell asleep quickly, but I lay awake, listening to that rhythmic sound completing its circuit around our peninsula over and over. I must have drifted off eventually because I woke suddenly to my watch reading 2:17 in the morning. The splashing had stopped. Instead, I heard something else. Footsteps. Not in the water this time, but on land. Wet, squelching footsteps, dozens of them, moving from the shoreline toward our tents. I shook Marcus awake. "Someone's outside," I whispered. He listened for a moment, then grabbed the flashlight. "Stay here." "Are you crazy? I'm coming with you," I hissed, already pulling on my shoes. Outside, we found the others had heard it too. All 6 of us stood in a tight cluster, flashlights pointed outward. The footsteps had stopped the moment we emerged from our tents. "Hello?" Tyler called out. "Anybody there?" No response. Just the gentle lapping of water against the shore and the distant hoot of an owl. David aimed his flashlight at the ground. "Guys, look." There were footprints in the dirt, dozens of them, coming from the water's edge toward our campsite, but they weren't normal footprints. They looked simultaneously fresh yet ancient, deeply pressed into the ground, but with edges that seemed weathered, as if they'd been there for decades. "This is some kind of prank, right?" Amelia's voice trembled. "Someone's messing with us." Nobody answered. We all knew there was no one else out here. We'd chosen this spot specifically because it was isolated. After searching the area and finding nothing, we reluctantly returned to our tents. None of us slept much after that. I lay awake until dawn, clutching Marcus's arm, listening for any sound outside. The morning brought sunshine and a false sense of normalcy. The footprints were still there, but somehow less threatening in daylight. We tried to rationalize what had happened. Maybe it was wildlife. Maybe the ground was just soft in places. Then Karen noticed our cooler. "Did anyone go through the food this morning?" she asked, standing over the open cooler we'd left secured the night before. We gathered around. Not only was it open, but everything inside had been rearranged. Not ransacked like animals would do, but organized with a methodical precision that was deeply unsettling. Drinks on one side, food on the other, everything lined up perfectly perpendicular to the cooler's edges. "Maybe raccoons?" Tyler suggested weakly. "Raccoons that organize things by size and color?" David replied. That's when Amelia screamed. She'd wandered a few feet away and was staring at something on the ground near the water. It was my hairbrush. Next to it, about 3 feet away, was Marcus's watch that he'd taken off for swimming. Another 3 feet along the shoreline was Karen's novel. Another 3 feet, Tyler's sunglasses. All our personal items, placed at exact intervals along the water's edge, forming a perfect line. "I can't do this," Amelia said, backing away. "This is too creepy." "It's just someone messing with us," Marcus insisted, but his face had gone pale. "Maybe there are other campers nearby we didn't notice." We spent the morning debating whether to leave. In the end, David and Karen's curiosity won out. They wanted to go for another dive, this time with an underwater camera they'd brought. The rest of us stayed on shore, keeping close together, jumping at every sound. When they returned 2 hours later, Karen looked even more shaken than the day before. "You need to see this," she said, hands trembling as she connected the camera to David's laptop. The footage started normally, just murky green water, the occasional fish, the eerie outlines of submerged structures. Then something moved at the edge of the frame. David paused the video, zoomed in. "What is that?" Tyler asked, leaning closer. "We don't know," David whispered. "But they were everywhere down there, just at the edge of visibility, moving." He pressed play again. As the camera panned across the underwater cemetery, more shapes appeared, humanoid but somehow wrong, drifting at the periphery. Then one turned directly toward the camera. I'll never forget that face. Features distorted by what looked like decomposition, yet somehow animated. Eyes open and aware. A mouth frozen in what might have been a smile or a scream. Karen slammed the laptop shut. "I don't care what anyone says. We're leaving. Now." But darkness was already falling, and none of us wanted to pack up and navigate unfamiliar roads at night. We agreed to leave first thing in the morning, then huddled together around the campfire, no one willing to be alone, even for a minute. As night deepened, the lake began to change. The surface, which had been calm all day, started moving in strange patterns, rhythmic contractions, like something massive was breathing underwater. Our electronic devices went haywire. My phone's photo gallery started displaying pictures in reverse chronological order by itself. Marcus's phone showed incoming calls from numbers that were just zeros. At exactly 2:17 in the morning, I remember checking my watch. Everything electronic we had simultaneously died. Phones, flashlights, David's laptop. Even my watch stopped. The fire seemed to dim, though there was no wind. That's when we heard it again, those wet footsteps. Dozens of them, coming from all directions this time. The darkness around us felt alive, pressing in. We couldn't see anything beyond the feeble glow of our dying campfire, but we could hear them getting closer. "Run for the cars," Marcus whispered. "Now." We grabbed what we could and bolted. I don't remember much about that panicked flight through the darkness. Just the sound of those footsteps always just behind us, the feeling of cold, wet hands brushing against my back, the glimpse of pale faces in my peripheral vision. We didn't stop until we reached our vehicles. Somehow, miraculously, the cars started. We sped away, leaving most of our camping gear behind. When we returned the next morning with park rangers, because of course they didn't believe us, our campsite was undisturbed. The tents were still there. The cooler was closed. Our abandoned belongings were exactly where we'd left them, except for the campfire. Our extinguished fire pit had been meticulously reconstructed, the charred logs and stones arranged to form what looked like a map. Streets, buildings, a small square that could only be the cemetery. A map of the town beneath the lake. The rangers seemed more annoyed than concerned, but something about their reaction felt off. They took a few notes, then asked us to leave while they secured the area. Within a week, that entire peninsula was declared an ecological research exclusion zone. No camping, no diving, no access. We've all tried to move on with our lives. None of us talk about it much, even among ourselves. But sometimes I'll get a text from Karen or Amelia at exactly 2:17 in the morning, just checking in, making sure we're all still okay. I've done research since then. Lake Lanier has one of the highest accident and drowning rates of any recreational lake in the country. The disappearances cluster around areas where pre-inundation cemeteries exist beneath the surface. Whatever's in that lake, it remembers what was taken from it, and sometimes it wants things back. Story 10. I never thought I'd be sitting here typing this out, but I feel like I need to share what happened to me last fall. Maybe writing it down will help me process everything. Or maybe someone reading this has gone through something similar and won't feel so alone. I don't know. All I know is that I still get chills thinking about it. I was in my final year of psychology at Westfield University in Pennsylvania. It's a small school, which is what I loved about it. Everyone kind of knows everyone. The campus is walkable, and it always felt safe. That's what makes this whole thing even more disturbing. It was early October, and I was drowning in midterm prep. I'd been at the library until closing time, around 11 p.m. The campus was pretty dead by then, just a few scattered students hurrying back to their dorms. I remember it was one of those perfect fall nights, crisp air, leaves crunching under my feet, that kind of thing. I was exhausted, but feeling good about the work I'd gotten done. I was about halfway back to my dorm when this weird feeling came over me. You know that sensation when someone's watching you? The hair on the back of your neck stands up? That's exactly what happened. I turned around a couple times but didn't see anyone. The path was empty except for me. I figured I was just being paranoid from all the true crime podcasts I'd been listening to while studying. But the feeling didn't go away. I picked up my pace, clutching my backpack tighter. I made it back to my dorm without incident, but I couldn't shake that uneasy feeling. I told my roommate Jenna about it, and she joked that I needed more sleep and less caffeine. She was probably right. The next morning, I basically forgot about it. I had a full day of classes, a therapy group observation for my practicum, and a meeting with my advisor about post-grad plans. Normal stuff. But walking between buildings that afternoon, I got that same creepy feeling again. When I turned around this time, I noticed a guy quickly looking away. He was sitting on a bench near the humanities building, pretending to read something on his phone. I didn't recognize him, but that wasn't unusual on a campus of 3,000 students. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe he just happened to look up when I did. Maybe he thought he knew me. Maybe I was being ridiculous. But something felt off. Over the next few days, I kept seeing the same guy, not directly following me, but always somehow where I was. In the dining hall when I was having lunch, at the campus coffee shop when I was studying, walking across the quad when I was heading to class. It was subtle enough that I started questioning if I was imagining things. Then Wednesday night happened. I'd been feeling cooped up in my dorm, so I decided to go for a short walk around campus to clear my head. It was around 9 p.m. and there were still plenty of people out. The campus was well lit, and I'd done this a million times before. I was near the student center when I saw him. Not just glimpsed him in passing, but actually saw him, standing under a lamppost, staring directly at me. He wasn't even trying to hide it this time. He was maybe 30 yards away, just watching. I couldn't make out his features clearly in the dim light, but I could feel his eyes on me. My heart started racing immediately. I turned and walked in the opposite direction, moving as fast as I could without actually running. I didn't want him to know how scared I was. I took a roundabout way back to my dorm, constantly checking behind me. I didn't see him following, but that didn't make me feel any better. When I got back to my room, my hands were shaking so badly I could barely get my key in the door. Jenna was there, and she knew something was wrong the second I walked in. I told her everything, the weird feelings, the guy I kept seeing, how he was staring at me tonight. She believed me immediately, which was such a relief. "Have you gotten any weird messages or anything?" she asked. I hadn't thought to check. I opened Instagram and there it was. 3 message requests from an account I didn't recognize. The username was just a random string of letters and numbers. I opened them and my stomach dropped. "You looked really focused in the library today. That blue sweater brightens your eyes. You should wear your hair down more often, like you did at the coffee shop yesterday." They'd been sent over the past 3 days. I felt sick. Jenna read them over my shoulder and immediately said, "We need to report this." The next morning we went to campus security together. The officer was nice enough, took down all the information, but I could tell he wasn't that concerned. "Unfortunately, these types of messages aren't technically threatening," he explained, "but we'll keep an eye out for suspicious behavior, and you should let us know if anything escalates." I left feeling frustrated. What was I supposed to do? Wait until this guy actually hurt me? The messages kept coming. They got more personal, mentioning conversations I'd had with friends in public places, commenting on my daily routine. "You seemed upset after your meeting with Professor Harris today. Everything okay?" How did he know about that? I started changing my habits. I took different routes to class. I studied in my room instead of the library. I asked friends to walk with me after dark. I was constantly on edge, always scanning every room I entered, every path I walked. Then one day in my abnormal psychology class, I felt it again, that prickling sensation of being watched. I turned slightly in my seat and saw him, 2 rows behind me. He'd never been in this class before. I know because I would have noticed him. My heart was pounding so hard I could barely hear the professor. I grabbed my stuff and walked out in the middle of the lecture. I went straight to campus security again. This time, I had screenshots of all the messages. The officer seemed more concerned when I told him the guy had suddenly appeared in my class. He took a description: early 20s, average height, brown hair, usually wearing a gray hoodie or dark jacket. Not exactly distinctive. Still, they promised to look into it. That night was the worst. I'd been at a study group that ran late, until around 10:30. My dorm was on the other side of campus, but I had 3 friends walk me back. We were laughing about something as we approached my building, and for a moment I felt normal again. They left me at the entrance, and I headed up to the 3rd floor. As I turned the corner into my hallway, he was there, standing right outside my door. My blood went cold. There was no one else in the hallway. "Hey, Rachel," he said, his voice surprisingly calm and ordinary. "I've been wanting to talk to you." He took a step toward me, reaching for my shoulder. I don't even remember deciding to run. My body just moved. I bolted past him, fumbled with my key, and practically fell into my room. I slammed the door shut and locked it, then backed away, expecting him to pound on it. But there was nothing, just silence. I could hear my own ragged breathing. After what felt like forever, I worked up the courage to look through the peephole. The hallway was empty. Jenna wasn't home. She was staying at her boyfriend's that night. I called her, hysterical. She came back immediately and stayed with me while I called campus security and then the actual police. They searched the building but found nothing. No sign of him on any security cameras. The officer gently suggested that maybe I had imagined it due to stress. I wanted to scream. The next day, I woke up to a new message. "You look so peaceful when you're sleeping." I completely lost it. I hadn't slept at all, so when had he seen me sleeping? Had he somehow gotten into my room before? Was he just saying it to terrify me? It was working. With Jenna's encouragement, I went to the campus counseling center. The therapist there took me seriously and helped me come up with a safety plan. I also called my parents, who wanted me to come home immediately. But I refused to let this person destroy everything I'd worked for. I was 3 months from graduating with honors. I'd already been accepted to a graduate program. I wasn't going to run away. Instead, I got pepper spray. I downloaded safety apps on my phone. I made sure someone knew where I was at all times. The campus police increased patrols around my dorm and the buildings where I had classes, but he adapted. The next photo message sent me into a panic attack. It was me, walking out of the library, taken that same day. Caption: "I can't wait to see you again." The following afternoon, I was at the campus coffee shop with Jenna when I saw him walk in. Without thinking, I ducked into the bathroom and locked the door. My hands were shaking so badly, I could barely text Jenna to tell her what was happening. She got the barista to call security, but by the time they arrived, he was gone. That night, I barely slept. I lay in bed thinking about how this person had taken over my life. I was living in constant fear, jumping at shadows, suspicious of everyone. This wasn't me. I'd always been independent, confident. I was studying to be a therapist, for God's sake. I wanted to help people through trauma, not be consumed by my own. The next day, I signed up for a self-defense class. I also started seeing a therapist off campus who specialized in trauma and stalking victims. She helped me understand that taking back control was essential. I started small. I stopped checking my social media constantly for new messages. I blocked the account. I reported it. I documented everything meticulously to build a case. I learned grounding techniques for when the panic set in. It wasn't easy. There were days I couldn't get out of bed. Nights I woke up from nightmares, convinced he was in my room. But slowly, I started feeling stronger. Then came the night that changed everything. I was leaving my evening seminar around 8 p.m. As I walked out of the building, I saw him standing there, waiting. My heart jumped into my throat, but instead of freezing or running, something else happened. I was angry, furious that this person thought he had the right to terrorize me. I stopped, looked directly at him, and shouted loud enough for everyone nearby to hear, "Stay away from me. I've reported you to the police. Leave me alone." People turned to stare. For the first time, I saw uncertainty flicker across his face. He hadn't expected me to confront him, to stop being a victim. A campus security officer who happened to be nearby came over immediately. The guy took off running, but they caught him at the edge of campus. His name was Eric. He wasn't even a student. He was a former student who'd dropped out the previous year. He'd seen me giving a presentation in the psychology department open house and had become obsessed. The police found all the photos he'd taken of me on his phone, hundreds of them. They found notes about my schedule, my habits. He'd even managed to get into my building a few times by following other students inside. They issued a restraining order. He was banned from campus. I don't know if he got any real punishment beyond that, which still bothers me. But at least he was gone. I graduated 3 months later. I still look over my shoulder sometimes. I still have nightmares. But I'm stronger now. I'm starting my master's program next month, focusing on trauma therapy. I want to use what happened to help others. I don't know why I'm sharing all this now. Maybe because I finally feel like I can talk about it without falling apart. Maybe because someone reading this is going through something similar and needs to know they're not crazy, they're not overreacting, and they can get through it. Trust your instincts, document everything, and don't let anyone make you feel like your fear isn't valid. Story 11. I've been debating whether to share this for weeks now. Part of me wants to forget the whole thing, but I can't sleep, can't focus at work, and I'm jumping at shadows. Maybe writing it down will help. I don't expect anyone to believe me. Hell, I barely believe it myself. About 3 weeks ago, I was driving back from a business conference in Portland. I'm a marketing manager, and these quarterly meetings always drain me completely. This one was particularly brutal. 12-hour days of presentations, networking, and forced smiles. By the final day, I was running on coffee and whatever energy my exhausted brain could scrape together. The conference wrapped up around 10 at night. I should have just gotten a hotel room, but I was desperate to sleep in my own bed. Plus, I had an important client meeting the next morning. My apartment in Seattle is normally about a 3-hour drive, so I figured I'd make it home by 1 in the morning. Tired, but doable. The first hour went fine. Traffic was light, and I had my music playing to keep me alert. Around 11:30, though, the weather changed. Fog rolled in, not the light, patchy kind, but thick blankets of it that seemed to swallow my headlights. I slowed down to around 40 miles per hour, squinting to see the road ahead. I was following my GPS, which showed I was still on the main highway. Then it suggested a route that would supposedly save me 30 minutes. Normally, I'm skeptical about these shortcuts, but in my exhausted state, getting home faster sounded perfect, so I took the exit. The road quickly narrowed from 4 lanes to 2. The fog was getting worse, and there were no streetlights out here. Just endless trees looming on both sides of the road. I checked my GPS again, but the signal was getting spotty. The blue dot showing my location kept jumping around, then disappeared, completely. Great. I considered turning around, but I figured I'd eventually hit another main road if I kept going straight. The dashboard clock read 12:17 when my radio suddenly cut out. Static hissed through the speakers, then a voice broke through, the unmistakable tone of an emergency broadcast. This is an emergency alert for travelers in western Washington. Highway 16 is closed between mileposts 23 and 47 due to hazardous conditions. Multiple incidents reported. Avoid all travel on this route. Repeat, Highway 16 is closed. Seek alternate routes immediately. My stomach dropped. Was I on Highway 16? I couldn't even tell anymore. There hadn't been a road sign for miles, and my GPS was useless. I slowed down even more, trying to find any indication of where I was. The fog pressed against my windshield like a living thing. That's when I saw the hazard lights blinking ahead. As I got closer, I could make out a car pulled over on the shoulder. Looked like a dark sedan, maybe a Honda Civic. Someone was standing beside it, arm outstretched in the universal hitchhiking gesture. Every true crime podcast I'd ever listened to screamed in my head. No way was I stopping on a deserted road at midnight in fog thick enough to cut with a knife. I moved to the center of the road and drove past, glancing in my rearview mirror. The figure just stood there, arms still raised, watching my taillights disappear into the fog. I gripped the steering wheel tighter, trying to calm my racing heart. About a mile later, I nearly slammed on my brakes. There was another car on the shoulder, the exact same dark sedan with hazard lights blinking, and beside it, a figure with an outstretched arm. This didn't make sense. How could the same car be a mile ahead? Maybe it was just a similar model. But as I drove past, I caught a better glimpse of the person standing beside it. A woman in a light-colored dress or coat, the exact same posture as before. My hands were sweating now. I pressed the accelerator, pushing my car to 50, then 60 miles per hour, fog be damned. I needed to get back to a main road, to civilization, to anywhere but here. The road curved, and I slowed down to take the turn. As I rounded the bend, my headlights illuminated yet another identical scene. Same car, same hazard lights. But this time, the figure wasn't standing by the car. She was standing in the middle of the road. I slammed on my brakes, skidding on the wet asphalt. My car stopped just feet from her. She didn't flinch, didn't move, didn't show any reaction at all. She just stood there, staring at me with a face so pale it seemed to glow in my headlights. I was trapped. I couldn't drive around her without risking going into a ditch. I couldn't back up because of the curve. All I could do was sit there, engine idling, as this woman stared at me through the windshield. Then she moved. Slow, deliberate steps toward my car. I locked the doors, fumbling for my phone. No signal, of course. The woman approached my driver's side window and stopped. Her face was expressionless, blank in a way that didn't seem human. I rolled my window down just a crack. I don't know why I did that, it was stupid. And she spoke. The others didn't stop either. Her voice was flat, completely devoid of emotion or inflection. They all promised to send help. None of them came back. My voice shook as I replied, "I'll call for help as soon as I get cell service." She tilted her head slightly, like she was listening to something I couldn't hear. That's what they all said, exactly that. I couldn't take it anymore. I rolled up my window and hit the gas, swerving around her. As I passed, I swear the temperature in my car dropped 20 degrees. In my rearview mirror, I saw her standing in the middle of the road, watching me leave, not bothering to move out of the lane. I drove like hell after that, taking turns blindly, just wanting to put as much distance between me and whatever that was. After about 15 minutes of panicked driving, I saw lights ahead. A town. I nearly cried with relief. The sign read, Millfield, population 2371, as I entered the town limits. It was nearly 1 in the morning now, so I wasn't surprised to see empty streets. But something felt off. There were no cars parked along the road, no lights in any windows, not even a single street light working. I drove slowly through the main street, looking for a gas station, a 24-hour store, anything. The town seemed completely deserted. I reached what appeared to be the town square, a small park with a gazebo and some benches. In the center stood what looked like a memorial of some kind. I parked and got out, thinking maybe I could find a public phone or at least figure out where I was. The memorial was a stone pillar with a plaque on it. As I got closer, I realized it wasn't just a plaque. It was covered in names, dozens of them etched into the metal. The inscription at the top read, "In memory of those lost on Highway 16, the Dark Mile claims all who travel alone." My blood turned to ice. I was scanning the names almost unconsciously when my eyes caught on something at the base of the memorial. A fresh bouquet of white lilies with a small card attached. I knelt down, hands trembling, and turned the card over. Rebecca Mills, October 12th, 2023. Today's date, my name. I stumbled backward, nearly falling. This couldn't be happening. I fumbled for my phone and was shocked to see I had service now. 5 bars. And notifications. 3 missed calls from my roommate, a text from my mom, and several news alerts. My roommate's voicemail played, "Becca, where are you? There's been a horrible accident on Highway 16. They're saying multiple fatalities. Please call me back." The text from my mom, "Honey, just heard about the pileup on Highway 16. Are you taking that route? Please let me know you're safe." The news alert headline, "Highway 16 closed, following fatal multi-vehicle accident. Witnesses report strange fog conditions." I was hyperventilating now. This made no sense. How could there be reports about an accident I was apparently involved in? How could my name be on a memorial for something that hadn't happened yet? That's when I noticed the town square wasn't empty anymore. Silent figures were emerging from the fog, forming a circle around me and my car. Pale faces, the same expressionless features as the woman on the road. They weren't moving toward me, just standing there, watching. I ran to my car and got in, locking the doors. When I tried to start the engine, nothing happened. The battery was dead. My headlights flickered and died too, plunging me into darkness. In the sudden silence, I heard breathing behind me. Slow, measured breaths from the back seat that had been empty moments before. A cold hand touched my shoulder, and I couldn't even scream. My voice was frozen in my throat. "We've been waiting for you," came a chorus of flat voices from outside the car. "The Dark Mile always leads home." The hand on my shoulder tightened. I squeezed my eyes shut, certain I was about to die. Then nothing. I opened my eyes to daylight. I was parked at a rest stop just outside Seattle, my car running normally, the clock showing 7:15 in the morning. According to my phone, it was indeed October 12th. I had no missed calls, no texts about accidents. There was no record of any incident on Highway 16 in the news. I've tried to research Millfield since then. It doesn't exist on any map. I've driven back along the main highway multiple times in broad daylight, looking for the exit I took that night. I can't find it. The only proof I have that something happened is a small white card I found in my coat pocket when I got home. Blank on one side, my name and that date on the other. In handwriting that isn't mine. I don't know what happened to me that night. I don't know if I dreamed. It all hallucinated from exhaustion. or actually experienced something impossible. All I know is I can't sleep with the lights off anymore, and I've sold my car. I take the bus everywhere now, and whenever fog rolls in, I swear I can hear those flat voices whispering, "The dark mile always leads home." Story 12. I still can't sleep through the night. It's been 13 years, and I wake up at every twig snap, every shift in the wind. My therapist says writing about it might help, so here goes. I've never shared the full story publicly before. Summer of 2011. I was finishing my master's in environmental science at UW-Madison, and like most grad students, I was broke, stressed, and desperately needed a break. A week-long backpacking trip in the Blackwater Creek wilderness seemed perfect, remote enough to disconnect, but not so challenging that we'd be miserable. There were 6 of us: me, Rebecca, my roommate Sophia, who studied biochem, Michael from the geology department, Aaron, who was in my program, and James and Catherine, a married couple we all knew from campus. We'd been planning for months. All of us were experienced hikers, not experts by any means, but comfortable in the backcountry. We had our permits, detailed maps, emergency protocols, everything by the book. The first 2 days were exactly what we needed. The weather was perfect, mid-70s during the day, cool enough at night to need a light sleeping bag. The trails were challenging but manageable. We saw a moose on the second day, and James spotted a bald eagle. We were all laughing, taking pictures, forgetting about thesis deadlines and lab work. The third day is when everything changed. We'd started early, around 6:30, hoping to reach Pinewood Lake by mid-afternoon. About 2 hours in, Michael stopped suddenly on the trail. "Hey, look at this." He pointed at some boot prints in a muddy section of the trail. Fresh prints, definitely not ours. "Someone else is out here," Catherine said. Not surprising. "No, look closely," Michael insisted. He was studying environmental geology, so he noticed details like this. "These prints are following our exact path from yesterday. See how they're right on top of our old tracks?" I didn't think much of it. It was a marked trail after all. But then Aaron mentioned something that made my skin crawl. "Guys, have you noticed that weird sound, like a rhythmic crunching?" We all went quiet, and there it was. A faint sound of footsteps, matching our pace exactly, stopping when we stopped. It seemed to be coming from the dense forest to our right, maybe 50 yards away. "Hello?" James called out. Nothing, just birds and that unsettling silence that follows when you realize you're being watched. We kept going, a bit faster now. I remember checking my watch constantly. The sounds continued, sometimes fading, sometimes getting closer. When we stopped for lunch by a stream, the sounds stopped too. We tried to laugh it off, blaming our paranoia on too many horror movies. But no one was really eating, just scanning the tree line. That evening at camp, we were setting up tents when Sophia screamed. We all ran over to where she was standing, frozen, pointing at something on a small pile of rocks. It was our hiking bandanas. All 6 of them, arranged in a perfect circle on a cairn of carefully stacked stones. The bandanas we'd been wearing all day. They were folded neatly, mine on top, the bright purple one with the white pattern that my mom had given me before the trip. "This isn't funny," Catherine was saying, her voice shaking. "Who took these? Aaron? Michael?" But we all knew. None of us had done this. Someone had been close enough to take them without us noticing. Someone was watching us, following us, and now they were letting us know. James immediately got on our satellite phone to call the Rangers. The connection was terrible, but we managed to report what was happening. The ranger told us they'd send someone, but the nearest station was at least a day and a half away by foot. They advised us to stick together and head toward the ranger station tomorrow. None of us slept that night. We took shifts staying awake, 2 at a time, huddled around the campfire with our bear spray and the one hunting knife Michael had brought. Around 2 in the morning, during my shift with Sophia, we saw it, a flashlight beam, moving deliberately around our camp perimeter, about 100 yards out. Not erratic like someone just walking, but methodical, sweeping back and forth, studying us. "Hey!" I shouted, my voice embarrassingly weak with fear. The light immediately went out. Sophia and I woke everyone up, and we spent the rest of the night in a terrified huddle, jumping at every sound. Dawn couldn't come fast enough. We packed up in record time, barely speaking. The plan was to take the most direct route to the ranger station, about 15 miles northeast. We'd have to push hard, but we could make it by nightfall if we hurried. That's when we discovered the trees. 3 large pines, freshly cut, blocking the trail ahead. Not fallen naturally, deliberately felled across our path. The cuts were clean, done with a chainsaw. Who brings a chainsaw into a wilderness area? "We can climb over," Aaron suggested, but James pointed out the obvious. Whoever did this was herding us, forcing us to take an alternate route away from the ranger station. We had a choice: bushwhack around the trees, potentially getting lost, or take the only other marked trail, which headed west, away from help. After checking the map, we decided to take the western trail for about 3 miles, then cut north through unmarked territory. It would be harder going, but eventually connect with the main trail to the station. The whole day felt like being in a nightmare where you're running but not getting anywhere. We kept up a punishing pace, barely stopping to rest, constantly looking over our shoulders. The forest that had seemed so beautiful now felt oppressive, hiding something sinister behind every trunk and shadow. That 4th night was the worst. We were exhausted, lost, and terrified. We tried to bushwhack north, but ended up disoriented in a thick section of forest. By sunset, we had to admit we needed to stop and regroup. We found a small clearing, set up a hasty camp, and tried to figure out our location on the map. I remember Michael saying, "At least we haven't seen any sign of whoever it is for hours." It was the first hopeful thing anyone had said all day. Then Catherine screamed. At the edge of our campsite, partially tucked under a rock, was a manila envelope. James approached it cautiously, picked it up with a stick, and opened it. Photos. 6 Polaroid photos, one of each of us, sleeping in our tents the night before. The tent flaps were open in the pictures. Someone had unzipped our tents while we slept and taken pictures from inches away. I could see my own face, mouth slightly open, completely vulnerable. On the back of my photo was written, "Rebecca," in neat block letters. I threw up. I'm not ashamed to admit it. The violation was too much. Someone had been that close to me, could have done anything, and I never woke up. But that wasn't the worst part. Next to the envelope was a small stuff sack. Inside were brand new carabiners, webbing, and climbing anchors, exactly matching the gear we had ordered for a climbing trip in Utah later that summer. A trip we'd talked about on campus, mentioned on social media, but hadn't even happened yet. This wasn't random. We weren't just convenient targets. Someone had been planning this, studying us, for God knows how long. "We need to split up," James said finally. The rest of us stared at him like he was insane. "Not alone," he clarified. "In pairs, 3 different directions. They can't follow all of us." It went against everything. We'd been taught about wilderness safety, but at that point, staying together felt like we were just making it easier for whoever was stalking us. We divided our supplies, made a plan for each pair to head toward different access points, and agreed to contact the rangers the moment anyone reached civilization. Catherine and James went northwest. Michael and Aaron went due east. Sophia and I headed south. We left at first light, terrified but determined. I won't detail our entire escape. Sophia and I walked for nearly 18 hours straight, stopping only when we physically couldn't continue. We reached a logging road around midnight and followed it until we found a small gas station just after dawn. The elderly man behind the counter took one look at our filthy, exhausted faces and called the police without us saying a word. Within hours, search teams were deployed. Aaron and Michael had also made it out, reaching a different trailhead around the same time we did. James and Catherine were found by a search helicopter the next day, dehydrated but alive. The investigation was extensive. Our descriptions, the photos left at our camp, and reports from other hikers led to the arrest of Carlton Mercer, a 42-year-old former backcountry guide. He'd been fired from several outdoor companies for concerning behavior with clients. When they searched his cabin, miles from any road, they found stolen items from dozens of hikers, detailed journals of his stalking techniques, and plans, actual written plans, for capturing people. He'd been doing this for 3 years. We weren't his first targets, just the first to report him. He knew our entire itinerary because he'd hacked into the park's permit system. He knew about our Utah trip from our social media. He knew our names, our routines, our fears. Mercer got 27 years. Not enough, if you ask me. The case prompted changes in how backcountry permits are monitored, but I don't think any system can fully protect against someone that determined. I still hike, still camp, but never again in truly remote areas. I check in with rangers religiously. I carry a personal locator beacon. I'm hyper-aware of my surroundings to the point of paranoia. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night, certain I can hear that rhythmic crunching sound coming closer. Sometimes I dream about those neatly folded bandanas. But mostly, I think about those photos. The fact that someone stood over me while I slept, close enough to touch me, and I never knew. The wilderness doesn't scare me. It's never been the bears or the weather that are the real danger out there. It's always been people. Always. Story 13. I still can't sleep with the windows open. It's been almost 3 years since everything happened at Echo Lake, but I'm still piecing together what I saw, what I experienced, what I lost. I inherited the lake house from my father back in 2013. It was this beautiful contemporary place, glass and cedar with a massive deck overlooking the water. Dad had always loved that property, and I never understood why he stopped visiting it in his later years. "The lake talks too much," he'd mutter when I'd ask. I thought it was just the dementia talking. I should have listened. My wife Catherine and I decided to spend that August at the lake with our kids, Elliot and Meredith. Elliot was 14 then, all gangly limbs and teenage attitude, while Meredith was 11, still our little girl, curious about everything. The first few days were perfect. Swimming during the day, board games at night, stargazing from the dock. I remember thinking how peaceful it was, that strange clarity of the lake's surface reflecting the stars like a perfect mirror. Echo Lake got its name for a reason. Sounds carry across it in this unusual way. You shout, and it comes back, sometimes 3 or 4 times, each echo clearer than it should be. The kids loved playing with it, yelling nonsense words and waiting for them to bounce back. Catherine found it unsettling. "It sounds too perfect," she said. "Like someone's actually repeating you, not just an echo." I didn't think much of it then. The 5th night changed everything. We'd all gone to bed around 11. I remember checking on the kids before turning in, Elliot with his headphones still on, Meredith curled up with her stuffed otter. It was a warm night, so we left the lake-facing windows cracked open. At exactly 2:17 in the morning, I know because I checked my phone, I jolted awake to the sound of voices. Not just any voices, a conversation coming from our deck. "Catherine," I whispered, shaking her awake. "There's someone outside." She sat up immediately. "The kids?" "Still in bed," I said, already moving toward the nightstand where I kept the small baseball bat I'd brought for the kids to use. The voices continued, a woman, soft-spoken but clear, and what sounded like a child responding. I couldn't make out the words, just the cadence of conversation. "I'm calling the police," Catherine whispered, reaching for her phone. I crept toward the sliding door that led to the deck, bat gripped tightly in my sweaty hands. Through the glass, I could see the deck was empty, completely empty. But the voices continued, as if the speakers were standing right there. I flipped on the exterior lights, and the voices stopped instantly. The police arrived 40 minutes later and found nothing. No footprints in the soft soil around the deck, no disturbance of any kind. I showed them the security camera footage. I'd installed a system when we arrived, not because I was worried, but because the property had been vacant for so long. The officer's face changed when he watched it. "Play that again," he said. On the footage, the deck was empty, just as we'd seen. But the audio captured everything, that woman's voice and a child responding. The officer asked to take a copy of the recording, and I agreed. 3 days later, he called. They'd sent it to some forensic audio specialist. "Dr. Armstrong," he said, his voice strained. "The specialist said there are some unusual qualities to those voices. They called them linguistic inconsistencies, speech patterns that match what they've seen in cases of extreme trauma. And," he paused, "the speech patterns don't match anything current. It's like listening to old recordings except clearer." We left the next day, cut our vacation short. I told Catherine it was nothing, probably just sound carrying weirdly across the lake. Someone camping on the far shore, their voices amplified by the water. She didn't believe me, but she wanted to, so she nodded. But I couldn't let it go. I started researching the property, the lake, found old newspaper clippings about a small settlement that had been there before the lake expanded in the 1920s. Something about unusual flooding. Most of the settlement had been abandoned, buildings dismantled. But the articles were frustratingly vague. The following summer, I convinced Catherine we should go back. I didn't tell her I'd installed more cameras, more sensitive microphones. I needed to know what we'd heard. The first 3 nights were quiet. On the 4th night, I heard them again. The same time, 2:17 exactly. This time, the voices were different. They were still having a conversation, but now I could hear fragments of our own discussions from earlier that day mixed in. Things Elliot had said about a video game, Catherine talking about wanting to repaint the kitchen at home. I didn't wake Catherine. Instead, I grabbed my phone and recorded it myself, straining to make out the words. "Beneath is safer," the woman's voice said. "They don't understand how..." The child's voice responded with something I couldn't catch, then clearly said, "Like the boy said today, it's about finding the hidden level." Those were Elliot's exact words about his game. I was frozen, unable to move toward the door, unable to do anything but record. After about 3 minutes, the voices faded. The next morning, I checked all the cameras. Nothing visible, but the audio had captured everything. On July 17th, things escalated. We were all asleep when Catherine shook me awake. "Jonathan," she hissed, "Meredith's outside." I sat bolt upright. "What?" I heard her calling for help from the dock. We both jumped out of bed and ran to Meredith's room. She was there, sound asleep. I checked Elliot's room too, also asleep, but we could still hear it. Meredith's voice calling from the dock. "Mom, Dad, help me, please." I grabbed the flashlight and ran outside in my pajamas, Catherine right behind me. The dock was empty. The voice stopped the moment we stepped outside. When we reviewed the security footage the next morning, I saw it. Just for a second, at the end of the dock, a female figure. She was wearing what looked like an old dress, high-necked and long. But there was something wrong with how she moved. Jerky, unnatural, like she was being viewed through rippling water. The image lasted less than 2 seconds before disappearing. Catherine wanted to leave immediately. I convinced her to stay one more night just so I could set up better equipment. I didn't tell her the real reason, that I'd seen the figure look directly at the camera before vanishing, and I swore she had Meredith's face. We left the next day, and I spent the entire year obsessing over the recordings, the footage. I reached out to researchers I knew from the hospital, experts in acoustics, in sleep disorders, in psychological phenomena. 3 of them agreed to come with us the following summer. Dr. Patel was a neurologist like me, specializing in sleep disorders. Dr. Winters was an acoustics expert, and Sarah Jennings was a parapsychologist. I was skeptical about her field, but she had equipment the others didn't. We arrived in June 2015. The first night, nothing happened. The second night, the voices returned, right on schedule. Dr. Winter's equipment picked up sound frequencies we couldn't hear with our ears, deeper tones underlying the voices. "It's like they're speaking from inside a chamber," he said, adjusting his headphones. "There's a specific acoustic signature that suggests large enclosed spaces with water." On the third night, Sarah's thermal cameras picked up cold spots moving across the deck, perfect human outlines, 15 degrees cooler than the surrounding air. But it was the fourth night that still haunts me. Dr. Patel had attached monitoring equipment to all of us, simple EEG monitors to record our brain activity while we slept. At 2:15, the monitors on both children showed synchronized patterns, despite being in separate rooms. At 2:17 exactly, Meredith got out of bed. The monitors showed she was still technically asleep, sleepwalking. By the time we realized what was happening, she was already outside, walking toward the dock. We all followed at a distance, recording. She stood at the edge of the dock, looking down at the water. Then she spoke. "I can hear you better now," she said, her voice flat and emotionless. There was a response, a hollow female voice that seemed to come from the surface of the water. "We've been waiting for you to listen." "What do you want?" Meredith asked. "To show you where we live," the voice replied. "Do you want to see?" My heart nearly stopped. I started moving toward Meredith, but Dr. Patel grabbed my arm. "Wait," he whispered. "We need to document this." "I can't swim that far," Meredith said, still in that same emotionless voice. The reply chilled me to the bone. "You won't need to swim." That's when I broke free and ran to her, scooping her up from the dock. The moment I touched her, she woke up, confused and scared. "Dad, why am I outside?" We left the next morning. The researchers stayed another day to gather more readings, but I needed to get my family away from that place. For months afterward, Meredith had nightmares about the people under the lake. She would wake up screaming about a city with lights deep beneath the surface. We took her to therapists, but nothing helped. I avoided the lake house for almost a year. Then, in May 2016, I decided to go back alone. I needed to close up the property permanently, maybe sell it. I couldn't bear the thought of my family going through that again. I arrived in the afternoon and spent the day securing windows, covering furniture. I called Catherine around midnight to let her know everything was fine. "I'm almost done here," I told her. "Just need to shut off the water main and lock up. I'll be home tomorrow." That's when I saw them, lights moving beneath the surface of the lake, not reflections, actual lights, pulsing slowly, moving in patterns too deliberate to be natural. "Jonathan, are you there?" Catherine's voice seemed far away. "There's something in the lake," I said, moving toward the dock without thinking. "Lights under the water. Jonathan, don't go near the water. Just lock up and leave now." Her voice was tight with fear. I should have listened, but I couldn't look away from those lights, moving like lanterns carried by invisible hands beneath the surface. "I can hear them," I said, suddenly aware of voices coming from underwater, clear voices, calling my name. "They're saying my name, Cat. Jonathan, get in the car now," she was shouting now. "I'll call you back," I said, and hung up. I don't remember walking to the dock. I don't remember anything after seeing a face beneath the surface. A woman's face, but wrong somehow. Her eyes too large, her skin almost translucent. She smiled at me and reached up a hand. The police found my phone on the dock the next day. My car was still in the driveway, keys in my pocket on the passenger seat. The security cameras showed wet footprints leading from the lake to the house, and a perfect circle of water on the dock where I'd last stood. They searched for weeks, divers, sonar, everything. They found nothing. I was gone. But that's not where the story ends, because I'm writing this now, aren't I? Catherine came back with her brother in August 2017 to sell the property. At exactly 2:17 in the morning, the security cameras, still running on the automated system I'd set up, captured footage of me walking up from the lake, soaking wet, pale, saying the same thing over and over. "It isn't what we thought. There's a whole city down there." The researchers came back after that. They found structures at the bottom of the lake, not natural formations, regular sound patterns coming from the deepest point. One of them, David Lanier, disappeared the same way I did. And now, sometimes, I come back. Not alone. Sometimes with Catherine. Sometimes with Elliot. We walk up from the lake with that strange, fluid movement. We look in the windows of what used to be our summer home. And then we return to the water, to the city below, where the rules are different and time moves strangely. I wish I could explain it better. I wish I could warn people properly, but it's hard to think clearly now, hard to remember being fully human. The lake calls, the lake echoes, but it's not your voice coming back to you. It's ours. Story 14. I still get cold sweats thinking about it. It's been 40 years, and I've tried every form of therapy you can imagine. But nothing erases what happened to me in those woods. I've never shared this online before, but after reading some similar experiences here, I think maybe someone will believe me, or at least help me make sense of it. It was the summer of '83, just after I'd graduated from college with my biology degree. I was 22, feeling that weird mix of accomplishment and total panic about the future. My dad wanted me to apply to med school. My girlfriend, now ex, was pushing for us to move in together, and I just needed space to think. I'd been backpacking since I was a kid. My uncle took me on my first overnight trip when I was 12, and by college, I was doing solo trips a few times a year. Nothing extreme. I wasn't some wilderness survival expert or anything, but I knew how to read a map, pitch a tent, and keep myself alive in the woods for a week. So I decided to spend 10 days on a section of the Appalachian Trail in South Carolina. Not the most challenging part of the AT, but beautiful and remote enough that I could clear my head. I packed light but smart, my trusty external frame pack, a small one-person tent, sleeping bag, water filter, first aid kit, food for 10 days, the usual stuff. My mom made me promise to take the whistle and Swiss Army knife my grandpa had given me years ago. I almost left my camera behind to save weight, but decided to bring it at the last minute. The first 2 days were exactly what I needed. The weather was perfect, mid-70s during the day, cooling off to the 50s at night. I covered about 12 miles each day, taking my time, stopping to photograph wildflowers or just sit by streams and think. I barely saw anyone, a couple of day hikers the first afternoon, and a group of 3 through hikers early on the second day who were blazing north. I camped alone both nights, falling asleep to the sounds of owls and the occasional distant coyote. Then came the third day. I woke up before sunrise with this feeling. I can't explain it any other way. Something felt wrong. At first I thought maybe I was getting sick or that some animal had wandered near my camp. I lay there in my sleeping bag, listening hard, but heard nothing unusual. As light filtered through the trees, I forced myself to get up and start my morning routine. I was heating water for instant coffee when I saw it, movement about 30 yards away, behind a massive oak tree. I froze, my hand halfway to my mug. Someone was watching me. I could make out what looked like the edge of a shoulder and part of a head peeking from behind the tree. "Hello," I called out, trying to sound casual but hearing the tension in my voice. "Good morning?" Nothing. No response. The figure didn't move. "I've got extra coffee if you want some," I tried again, standing slowly. The figure disappeared behind the tree. I waited, expecting whoever it was to either emerge or call back, but there was nothing. I told myself it was probably another hiker, maybe someone shy or antisocial who didn't want to interact. But why would they just stand there watching me? I packed up quickly, skipping breakfast beyond that coffee, which I gulped down, still scalding hot. The uneasy feeling stayed with me as I hit the trail, and I found myself constantly looking over my shoulder. Around mid-morning, I heard it for the first time, footsteps behind me on the trail. Not right behind me, but maybe 50 yards back. The sound would stop when I stopped and resume when I started walking again. I'm not proud to admit it, but I was getting scared. I picked up my pace, thinking I'd try to reach a shelter marked on my map where I might find other hikers. The footsteps behind me quickened too. I stopped abruptly and turned around. "Who's there?" I shouted, my voice echoing through the trees. "I know you're following me." The woods went silent. Not just the footsteps, but everything. No birds, no insects, nothing. Then I heard it, a low, guttural sound that wasn't quite human, but wasn't like any animal I recognized either. It was almost like a growl, but with this weird clicking quality underneath it. My skin crawled, and I felt the hair on my arms stand up. That's when I made my first big mistake. Instead of continuing on the marked trail where I might encounter other hikers, I panicked. I looked at my map and saw there was a Forest Service road about 4 miles east that would take me to a small town. I decided to cut cross-country to reach it. I left the white blazes of the AT behind and pushed through underbrush, checking my compass frequently. I was practically jogging, my heavy pack bouncing painfully against my back. I kept hearing those footsteps, sometimes from one direction, sometimes from another. Twice more I heard that awful sound, that growl click that made my stomach turn. By late afternoon, I was exhausted and completely lost. The Forest Service road should have appeared hours ago. My map and compass skills had failed me, or perhaps in my panic I'd misread something. The sun was starting to sink, and I knew I needed to set up camp. I found a small clearing, my hands shaking as I set up my tent. I didn't bother with dinner, just filtered some water and crawled inside, zipping the tent flap securely. I knew it was stupid. Whatever was out there could tear through the thin nylon in seconds, but having that barrier made me feel slightly better. That night was the worst of my life. As darkness fell, the sounds began. Footsteps circling my tent, not even trying to be quiet now. That growl-clicking noise, sometimes so close it seemed right outside the tent wall. Something brushed against the side of my tent several times, and once I swear I saw the silhouette of a hand, a large hand with two long fingers, press against the fabric. I clutched my knife and whistle, though I knew they were useless. I was too terrified to scream or blow the whistle. Some primal part of my brain told me that making noise would only provoke whatever was out there. So I lay there, shaking, occasionally whispering prayers I hadn't said since I was a child. Dawn came after what felt like years. The sounds had stopped about an hour before sunrise. I peered out of my tent, half expecting to see some monster standing there, but the clearing was empty. I packed up in record time, not even bothering with breakfast again. I picked a direction and started walking, hoping to find either the trail or the road. After about an hour, I heard the footsteps again. I broke into a run, no longer caring about direction or finding my way back, just wanting to get away. The footsteps ran too, keeping pace behind me. This cycle continued for 3 days. I'd walk until I couldn't anymore, set up my tent as darkness fell, and spend the night listening to that thing circle me. By the 4th day, I was barely eating, just enough to keep moving. I rationed my water carefully, but I was clearly getting dehydrated. The thing seemed to be playing with me, herding me in certain directions, always keeping me from finding my way out. On the 5th day, something changed. The footsteps got closer, and that guttural growl clicking got louder. I caught glimpses of movement between trees, something tall that moved in a way that wasn't quite right. Not jerky, but somehow too smooth, like it had more joints than it should. That evening, I made my final desperate decision. I ditched my backpack. Everything I had, tent, sleeping bag, food, water filter, extra clothes. I left it all in a pile and just ran with the clothes on my back, my knife, whistle, and the half-empty water bottle in my hand. I was dehydrated, exhausted, and half out of my mind with fear, but somehow running felt easier without the weight. I ran through the night. The thing followed, closer now. Several times I heard it right behind me, that terrible sound right in my ear. Once I felt hot breath on the back of my neck, but I kept running, stumbling, falling, getting back up. I don't remember much of the 6th day. I know I was delirious from dehydration and exhaustion. I remember drinking from a stagnant puddle at some point. I remember falling down a steep embankment and lying there, unable to get up, waiting for the thing to finally take me. Then there were voices. Human voices. A hunter found me lying there, covered in dirt, scratches, and my own dried blood from numerous falls. He and his buddy carried me out to their truck and drove me to the nearest hospital. I babbled about being stalked, about the sounds and the hand on my tent, but I could tell from their faces they thought I was just delirious. The park rangers interviewed me once I was coherent. They were polite but skeptical. They sent out a team to try to find my abandoned gear, but came back empty-handed. They showed me maps, trying to figure out where I'd been, but even now, I couldn't tell you exactly where I wandered during those 6 days. One ranger, older than the others, pulled me aside before leaving. "You're not the first," he said quietly. "We get a couple reports like yours every year. Never find anything, though." He wouldn't elaborate further, just patted my shoulder and left. I spent 2 days in the hospital recovering from dehydration and exhaustion. My parents came to pick me up, worried sick. I tried to tell them what happened, but the story sounded crazy even to me. Eventually, I stopped talking about it. I've never gone hiking alone again. I've never returned to the Appalachian Trail. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night, hearing that growl click sound in my dreams, feeling hot breath on my neck. The worst part? All these years later, I still don't know what it was. I don't know if it was human or animal or something else entirely. I don't know why it stalked me for days but never attacked. I don't know why it let me go when it clearly could have taken me at any point. I just know that something was in those woods, something that enjoyed my fear. And for all I know, it's still there, waiting for the next lone hiker to wander off the trail. Story 15. I still can't explain what happened to me 3 weeks ago on Highway 61. I've been trying to make sense of it, replaying it over and over in my head. I haven't slept more than a couple hours at a time since then. I need to get this out, to see if anyone else has experienced something similar or if I'm just losing my mind. I had been in Las Vegas for a boring software conference. 4 days of PowerPoints, awkward networking, and overpriced drinks. I was exhausted and just wanted to get home to Sacramento. My flight wasn't until the next afternoon, and after being cooped up in that hotel, I made a stupid, impulsive decision. I decided to rent a car and drive home instead. The rental agent gave me a silver Toyota Camry. Nothing special, but it had good AC and Bluetooth for my phone. As I was checking out of the hotel, the concierge overheard me mentioning my drive to the bellhop. He stopped what he was doing and asked about my route. When I told him I was planning to take Highway 61 through Nevada because it seemed more scenic and less crowded than the interstate, his expression changed. He warned me about what locals call Dead Man's Highway, a 120-mile stretch with no services, no towns, nothing but desert and mountains. He said there had been a lot of fatal accidents there over the years. Take the interstate, he said. It's only 30 minutes longer and a lot safer. I should have listened. God, I should have listened. But I brushed him off. I'd been driving for 20 years without a single accident. I had a full tank of gas, water bottles, and snacks. Plus, I was eager to see something other than casino interiors and conference rooms. I left around 4 in the afternoon. The first couple hours were pleasant enough, just me, some podcasts, and the stark beauty of the Nevada desert. The sun was still high, and traffic was light but steady. I passed through a small town about an hour in, filled up my gas tank again just to be safe, and continued on. Around 6, the traffic thinned to almost nothing. I'd pass another vehicle maybe every 15 minutes. The landscape had changed too, more rugged, with strange rock formations that cast long shadows across the highway. That's when I first noticed my cell phone had lost signal. No bars, no data, nothing. I wasn't too concerned. It's the desert after all. But then my podcast cut out, and when I switched to the radio, all I got was static across every station. I remember checking my watch. It was 6:37. The sun was getting lower, turning the desert that amazing golden orange color you only get in the Southwest. I was making good time, driving just under 70 miles per hour. That's when I passed mile marker 87. Just a normal green highway sign with white numbers. Nothing special about it. 20 minutes later, I passed another mile marker. It was 87 again. I blinked, thinking I'd misread it. Maybe it was 89 or 97. But no, it was definitely 87. I figured they must have duplicated a marker by mistake. Highway departments make errors sometimes, right? 15 minutes later, I passed another mile marker, 87. My stomach tightened. I'm good with numbers. It's part of my job. And I know I'd been driving at nearly 70 miles per hour for at least 35 minutes. That's around 40 miles. There's no way I should be seeing the same mile marker. I pressed harder on the accelerator, pushing the Camry to 85. The sun was setting unnaturally fast now. I don't mean like the normal, quick desert sunset. I mean impossibly fast, like someone was fast-forwarding the sky. Within minutes, it went from golden afternoon to deep twilight. That's when I first noticed the car in my rearview mirror. A dark blue sedan, older model, maybe a Crown Victoria or something similar. It was far back, but I could make out its silhouette against the darkening sky. Its headlights were off, despite the growing darkness. I kept driving, watching the blue car maintain the same distance behind me. I slowed down to 70, and it slowed too. I sped up to 90, and it matched my speed perfectly, all without headlights. My hands were sweating on the steering wheel now. I turned the AC up and tried the radio again. Still nothing but static. I checked my phone. Still no signal, but now the clock on it was frozen at 6:37. My watch said the same thing, though I knew at least an hour had passed since then. I felt relief wash over me when I saw headlights ahead, a pickup truck coming in the opposite direction. Another person, thank God. As it passed me, I caught a glimpse of the driver, an older man with a weathered face who didn't look in my direction. I watched in my mirror as the truck continued down the road toward the blue sedan, except it never reached the sedan. I kept checking my mirror, waiting to see the truck pass the car that was following me, but it just vanished. 1 second the truck's taillights were there, the next, nothing, like it had been swallowed by the darkness. And the blue sedan was closer now. I was going over 100 miles per hour at this point, the steering wheel vibrating under my white-knuckled grip. The desert around me was pitch black now, the only illumination coming from my headlights and the dim glow of my dashboard. I passed another mile marker, 87. The radio suddenly came to life, making me jump so hard I nearly swerved off the road. Through bursts of static, I heard fragments of what sounded like a weather or emergency alert. Highway 61 closed following multiple fatalities. Authorities advise, mile marker 87, avoid the area. Then it cut back to static. That's when I saw the figure standing in the middle of the highway. It was just a silhouette at first, a human shape standing perfectly still, directly in my path. I slammed on the brakes and swerved hard to the right, feeling the car fishtail on the asphalt. I somehow managed to keep control, bringing the car to a skidding stop on the shoulder. My heart was hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat. I twisted around to look back at the road, expecting to see someone there. A stranded motorist, maybe. There was no one. The road was empty. But the blue sedan had stopped too, about 50 feet behind me, still with its headlights off. I sat there, gasping for breath, trying to decide what to do. Run? Drive? But where? I didn't even know where I was anymore. The mile markers were lying to me, my phone was dead, and there was someone, or something, following me. That's when I noticed something on the passenger seat that hadn't been there before. A folded piece of paper. With shaking hands, I picked it up and opened it. It was a police report. The paper felt official, with letterhead from the Nevada Highway Patrol. It was dated 3 years ago and detailed the disappearance of a driver on Highway 61. The report mentioned that the driver's car had been found abandoned near mile marker 87, with the engine still running and the driver's personal belongings still inside. There were no signs of foul play, no evidence of what had happened. The driver had simply vanished. At the bottom of the report was a photo of the missing person. It was me. Same face, same clothes I was wearing right now, same silver Toyota Camry rental car. I dropped the paper like it had burned me and looked up at my rearview mirror. The blue sedan's door was open now, and a figure was approaching my car. I couldn't make out any details in the darkness, just a silhouette walking slowly, deliberately toward me. I didn't think. I just reacted. I slammed the car into drive and floored it, tires spinning on the gravel shoulder before catching and launching me back onto the highway. I drove like I've never driven before, pushing the rental car well beyond what I thought it could handle, taking curves at speeds that should have sent me flying off the road. I don't know how long I drove like that. Hours, maybe. The night seemed endless. Every so often I'd pass mile marker 87, and each time the blue sedan would reappear in my mirror, always the same distance behind me. At some point, I noticed a faint glow on the horizon. Dawn, I thought. Please be dawn. As the light grew stronger, I saw a sign ahead. Gas, food, lodging, next exit. I nearly cried with relief. The exit led to a small service station with a convenience store. As I pulled in, I realized the blue sedan was gone. It hadn't followed me off the highway. I parked, got out on legs so wobbly I could barely stand, and stumbled inside. The clerk looked up from his magazine, startled by my appearance. I must have looked terrible, wild-eyed, pale, shaking. I asked him where I was and what day it was. His answer chilled me to the bone. It was Thursday. I had left Las Vegas on Monday afternoon. Somehow, 3 days had passed. When I asked about Highway 61 and mile marker 87, he looked at me strangely. Highway 61 doesn't have a mile marker 87, he said. It goes from 86 to 88, always has. Something about an old surveying error. I called the police after that. They took my statement, but I could tell they didn't believe me. They probably thought I had been on a bender in Vegas and lost track of time. They found no record of a missing person report matching what I had seen. The Nevada Highway Patrol had no record of the report I described. I took a bus the rest of the way home. I sold my car when I got back. I can't stand to drive anymore. I've been taking Ubers or public transportation everywhere. My friends think I'm having some kind of breakdown. Maybe I am. But here's the thing. I keep having the same dream every night. I'm driving down Highway 61 in the dark, passing mile marker 87 over and over. And in my rearview mirror, there's always that blue sedan following me. Sometimes I catch a glimpse of the driver. It's me, but not me. Something wearing my face. I don't know what happened on Highway 61. I don't know if I temporarily lost my mind, or if there's something supernatural about that stretch of road. All I know is that sometimes, when I look in the mirror, I have this terrible feeling that I'm not the one who made it home that night. That the real me is still out there, driving endlessly past mile marker 87 while something else took my place. Has anyone else experienced anything like this on Highway 61? Please, I need to know I'm not alone in this. Story 16. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened to me. It's been 7 years, but the memories are as fresh as if it happened yesterday. I've never shared this publicly before, but I need to get this off my chest. Maybe writing it down will help me process everything. I was a detective with the Elmwood Heights Police Department back in March of 2016. Just your typical small Ohio town where everyone knows everyone, and crime usually consisted of petty theft and the occasional drunk driving incident. Nothing prepared me for what I was about to discover. It started with what looked like a routine accident. On March 14th, a Honda Accord was pulled from Whitman Creek with the body of Lauren Mitchell, a 32-year-old elementary school teacher, still inside. I remember it was unusually cold that morning, the kind of cold that seeps into your bones. When I arrived at the scene, water was still dripping from the vehicle as they hoisted it onto the flatbed. Something felt off right away. I'd worked plenty of water-related accidents before, and there's usually a pattern. People panic, they try to escape. But Lauren's car had all the doors locked and windows rolled up. Who drowns with their windows closed? I mentioned this to my partner, but he just shrugged it off. People do weird things when they're panicking, he said. The medical examiner ruled it an accident, loss of control on the slippery bridge, veered off into the creek, drowned, case closed. But I couldn't let it go. I kept seeing Lauren's face from her driver's license photo. She had this bright smile, like she was full of life. Teachers in our town were beloved figures. Lauren had taught half the kids in Elmwood Heights to read. I started reviewing the case file during my lunch breaks. Nothing seemed out of place on paper. Lauren had been at the Pines, a local restaurant and bar, earlier that night. Left around 1:30 in the morning. The estimated time of the accident was between 1:45 and 2:15. No witnesses, no calls to emergency services until a jogger spotted the submerged car around 6 in the morning. About 3 weeks after Lauren's death, I was updating some paperwork, boring administrative stuff, really, when I noticed a classification error in our system. The traffic camera overlooking Carson Bridge, where Lauren supposedly lost control, was listed as malfunctioning that night. Not super unusual, our town's infrastructure was always breaking down. But what caught my attention was the timing. The camera outage was from 1 to 3 in the morning, exactly when Lauren would have been crossing. I got this weird feeling in my stomach, the kind you get when you know something's not right. I started digging through maintenance records for all traffic cameras in town over the past year. I wasn't even sure what I was looking for, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. After a couple of days of going through boring maintenance logs, I noticed a pattern. Several cameras throughout Elmwood Heights had experienced outages over the past 18 months, always between 1 and 3 in the morning. I cross-referenced these outages with incident reports from those nights. 5 incidents lined up with camera outages, 3 car accidents, including Lauren's, 1 drowning at Lake Elmwood, and 1 fall down a ravine at Preston Park. I remember sitting at my desk staring at my notes, my coffee going cold. This couldn't be coincidence. 5 accidents, all during camera outages. The statistical probability was too low. I went back to the victims' files. 3 women, 2 men, ages ranging from 26 to 43. No obvious connections. Different jobs, different social circles. But then I noticed something. 3 of them, including Lauren, had visited the Pines restaurant before their accidents. I pulled Lauren's phone records. She'd received a call at 1:22 a.m. right before leaving the Pines. The call came from a prepaid cell phone. According to witnesses at the restaurant, she seemed upset after taking the call and left immediately. I went to the Pines the next day. It was this rustic-looking place, all wooden beams and dim lighting, popular with the locals. I talked to the manager, asked who had been working on the nights the victims visited. The bartender's name came up all 3 times, Samuel Hayes. Hayes was 38, had worked at the Pines for about 2 years. Before that, he'd bounced around different jobs. Nothing suspicious in his employment record. But when I ran a deeper background check, I found a restraining order from 8 years back. A woman in Cleveland had filed it against him for stalking. The charges were eventually dropped. What really caught my attention was that Hayes had previously worked for SecureTech, a company that maintained security systems, including traffic cameras. That couldn't be a coincidence. I started watching Hayes. Not officially, I didn't have enough for a warrant. Just drove by his apartment a few times, observed him at the Pines. He seemed normal enough, friendly with customers, especially women. I noticed he had this way of making them feel special, remembering their drink orders, their names. One night, I saw Hayes talking to a maintenance worker in the parking lot after his shift. They weren't just casually chatting. This looked serious. I took photos with my phone and ran the other man's license plate. Alan Watts, a technician for the city's traffic infrastructure department. The pieces were starting to fit together. I went back to Lauren's autopsy report. Something had been bothering me about it. The report noted she had a blood alcohol level of 0.04, well below the legal limit. She'd had one glass of wine at the Pines, according to her receipt. I requested a reanalysis of her toxicology, specifically looking for sedatives. While waiting for those results, I contacted the other victims' families, asked if their loved ones had seemed strange in any way before the accidents. One woman's husband mentioned she'd been unusually drowsy driving home from the Pines, despite only having one drink. The toxicology results came back positive. Lauren had traces of rohypnol in her system, not enough to knock her out completely, but enough to severely impair her reflexes and judgment. I rechecked the other victims' reports. 2 others had similar findings that had been overlooked. I brought my evidence to my lieutenant, the camera outages, the connection to the Pines, Hayes's background, the drugging. He agreed it was suspicious and approved surveillance on Hayes and Watts. We tapped Hayes's phone and put a tracker on his car. For 3 days, nothing happened. Then on the 4th night, Hayes made a call to Watts after his shift at the Pines. "Tonight's a go. North Miller Road camera, 2 a.m. to 3 a.m. We mobilized immediately, set up unmarked cars near North Miller Road. Around 1:30, we observed Hayes following a woman's car. She had been at the Pines earlier, and Hayes had been extra attentive to her at the bar. We couldn't risk waiting to see what he planned to do. We pulled him over before he could hurt her. The search of Hayes's apartment made me sick to my stomach. He had a drawer full of souvenirs, Lauren's library card, a watch belonging to another victim, various personal items taken from accident scenes. But the worst was his logbook, a detailed record of what he called his perfect accidents, meticulously planned incidents designed to look like accidents while eliminating people who had rejected his advances. The entries about Lauren were the most disturbing. He'd drugged her drink, then called her from a burner phone, pretending to be a parent of one of her students, luring her to drive a specific route. He'd tampered with her car's brake line to make it fail gradually, not suddenly. He'd coordinated with Watts to ensure the traffic camera would be down, creating what he called a blind spot. Most horrifying was his description of Lauren's final moments. The dosage of rohypnol he'd given her was calculated to keep her conscious but unable to respond effectively as her car sank. He wrote that he wanted her to experience slow-motion terror as the water rose around her. When confronted with the evidence, Hayes confessed to everything. 7 incidents over 18 months. Each victim had rejected his advances in some way. Each death meticulously staged to appear accidental. Watts admitted to creating the camera blind spots for money, claiming he didn't know what Hayes was doing during those outages. The trial was a blur. Hayes received life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. Watts got 20 years as an accomplice. The media dubbed it the blind spot murders. I've since transferred to another department. Couldn't stay in Elmwood Heights after that. The The case changed me. I check my car every night before driving home. I never drink anything I haven't personally opened or poured. I installed cameras around my house because the most terrifying realization from this whole ordeal wasn't just what Hayes did, it was how he did it, in plain sight, creating blind spots where he could operate unseen. It made me realize how vulnerable we all are, how many gaps exist in the systems we trust to keep us safe. Sometimes I still think about Lauren, alone in that car as the water rose around her, aware of what was happening but unable to save herself, trapped in a perfectly orchestrated accident. And I wonder how many other blind spots are out there, with predators lurking, watching, waiting for the moment when no one else is looking. Story 17. I've never told anyone the full story of what happened after my grandmother's funeral. Even now, my hands are shaking as I type this, but I need to get this out somewhere because I honestly don't know what to do anymore. 5 years ago, my grandmother passed away after a long battle with cancer. We were close. She practically raised me while my mom worked 2 jobs to keep us afloat after Dad left. When she died, I felt hollow inside, but I've always been the strong one in my family. At the funeral, I kept it together while my mom and aunts broke down. That's just how I handle grief. I compartmentalize until I'm alone, then I fall apart in private. The funeral was on a Tuesday in May at St. Mary's, this little white church in our town of Millfield that's been around forever. It was sunny but cool, one of those perfect spring days that just makes everything worse when you're burying someone you love. About 40 people showed up, not a huge turnout, but Grandma had outlived most of her friends. After the church service, we all drove to Oakwood Cemetery for the burial. That's when I first noticed him. He was standing about 30 feet back from the grave site, partially hidden behind a large oak tree. Tall, maybe 6 feet, with dark hair graying at the temples. He wore a black coat that seemed too heavy for the weather, and he wasn't crying or showing any emotion at all. He was just watching us. Watching me, it felt like. His face was set in this hard expression that made my skin crawl. At first, I figured he must be some distant relative or an old friend of Grandma's I'd never met. But something felt off. While everyone else huddled together, exchanging hugs and wiping tears, this guy stood apart, rigid and cold. His eyes never left the casket, and there was something in his gaze that looked almost like hatred. I can't explain it, but it made me feel physically ill. After they lowered the casket and people started to disperse, I decided to approach him. I just wanted to know who he was, maybe hear a story about my grandmother I hadn't heard before. But the moment I took a step in his direction, his head snapped up. Our eyes met for just a second, and I swear to God, I've never felt such immediate revulsion from a simple look. Before I could say anything, he turned and walked quickly toward the cemetery gates. I followed him, calling out, "Excuse me," but he picked up his pace and disappeared around the corner before I could catch up. When I returned to the grave site, I asked my mom, my aunts, even the priest if they knew who he was. Nobody did. Several people hadn't even noticed him, which seemed impossible to me given how much he'd stood out to me. "Probably just someone paying respects," the priest said with a kind smile. "Some people are private with their grief." But that wasn't grief I saw on his face. I knew what grief looked like. 2 days after the funeral, I was at work when my mom called me. She was hysterical, barely able to get the words out. Someone had vandalized Grandma's grave overnight. The headstone was scratched up, the flower arrangements torn apart and scattered, the little ceramic angel my aunt had placed there smashed to pieces. The only thing left untouched was a small glass vase of white lilies that hadn't been there before. They were fresh, clearly placed there by whoever had destroyed everything else. The police came, took some photos, filed a report, but they didn't have much to go on. Probably teenagers, they said. It happens more than you'd think. But I knew it wasn't teenagers. It was him, the man from the funeral. I couldn't explain how I knew, but I was certain. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept seeing his face, that cold stare. Why would someone hold such anger toward my sweet grandmother? She was the kindest person I knew. She volunteered at the hospital until she got sick herself. She baked cookies for the whole neighborhood at Christmas. What could she possibly have done to make someone hate her so much? After tossing and turning until 3 a.m, I made a decision. I was going to catch him. The next day, I bought a new arrangement for Grandma's grave, roses, her favorite, and drove to the cemetery around 6 p.m. I placed the flowers, pretended to leave, then circled back and found a hiding spot among a cluster of old graves about 50 feet from Grandma's. I had brought a thermos of coffee, a granola bar, my phone, fully charged, and a small canister of pepper spray that I'd been carrying in my purse since college. The cemetery closed at 8, but the gates were easy enough to climb, clearly evidenced by whoever had vandalized the grave. As darkness fell, I started to question my sanity. What was I doing hiding in a cemetery? What if he didn't come back? What if he did, and he was dangerous? The night grew colder, and the cemetery transformed into a different place entirely. Shadows lengthened, tree branches creaked, and every small animal noise made me jump. By midnight, my coffee was gone, and I was shivering despite my jacket. By 1, my phone battery was down to 30%, despite barely using it. By 2, I was fighting to keep my eyes open. At exactly 3:12, I checked my phone. I heard the unmistakable sound of metal rattling. Someone was climbing the gate. I pressed myself deeper into the shadows and watched as a figure moved through the cemetery, navigating between headstones with the confidence of someone who could see perfectly in the dark. It was him. Even in the dim moonlight, I recognized his build, the way he moved. He carried something in each hand. In one, what looked like flowers, and in the other, something I couldn't make out at first. He approached Grandma's grave and stood there, completely motionless, for what felt like an eternity. I barely breathed, afraid he would somehow hear me from 50 feet away. Then he placed the flowers, white lilies again, carefully on the ground next to the headstone. What happened next still haunts me. He raised his other hand, and I finally saw what he was holding, a hammer. With a sudden explosive movement that made me gasp aloud, he swung it against Grandma's headstone. The sound of metal hitting granite echoed through the cemetery like a gunshot. He hit it again and again, muttering something under his breath that I couldn't make out. It wasn't random destruction. There was something methodical, almost ritualistic about it. He would hit the stone 3 times, pause, then 3 more times. I was frozen in place, watching this bizarre, terrifying scene unfold. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might explode. I knew I should call the police, but I was afraid any movement would give away my position. After what must have been 15 minutes of this, I finally gathered my courage. I stood up and shouted, "Hey, stop that!" He spun around so fast it was almost inhuman. The moonlight caught his face, and what I saw made me physically recoil. His features were twisted with such intense hatred that he barely looked human. Our eyes locked for a second time, and in that moment, I knew I had made a terrible mistake. He dropped the flowers but kept the hammer. And then he started walking toward me, not running, walking with purpose, with the hammer gripped tightly in his right hand. I turned and ran. I'd like to say I did something brave or clever, but the truth is, pure terror took over. I sprinted through the cemetery, tripping over small headstones, scratching my arms on low-hanging branches. I could hear him behind me, his footsteps steady and unhurried, like he knew he would catch me eventually. I ducked behind a large mausoleum and tried to control my breathing. My phone was at 15% now, but I had no signal. Of course I didn't. It was the middle of the night in a cemetery on the edge of town. I heard him moving nearby, methodically checking behind headstones, coming closer. I don't know how long I hid there, crouched in the dirt, clutching my useless phone and pepper spray. Eventually, the sky began to lighten, and I realized I couldn't hear him anymore. When the sun was fully up, I finally dared to move. My legs were numb, my whole body aching from being in one position for so long. Grandma's grave was empty when I passed it. The hammer was gone, but the lilies remained, placed with eerie precision exactly where my roses had been. I drove straight to the police station. They took my statement, sent officers to the cemetery, and found the new damage to the headstone. But there was no sign of the man. They dusted for fingerprints and found nothing. They checked the cemetery's perimeter for cameras. There weren't any. They promised to increase patrols in the area, but said without more information about the man, there wasn't much they could do. For weeks afterward, I jumped at every shadow. I changed my locks, bought security cameras for my apartment. I visited Grandma's grave only during daylight hours and never alone. Gradually, as nothing happened, I started to relax. Months passed, then years. I convinced myself it was over, whatever it was, until yesterday. It was the 5-year anniversary of Grandma's death. I went to put flowers on her grave, pink roses wrapped in white tissue paper. The cemetery was peaceful in the afternoon sun, birds singing, a light breeze rustling the leaves. I felt safe for the first time in a long while. But when I reached her grave, the roses I'd placed there just 2 days earlier were gone. In their place was a small glass vase of white lilies, identical to the ones he had left 5 years ago. I stood there, unable to move, as ice spread through my veins. I looked around wildly, expecting to see him watching me from behind a tree or monument. The cemetery was empty as far as I could see, but I felt his presence as strongly as if he were standing right beside me. I don't know what to do now. I don't know what he wants or why he's fixated on my grandmother. The police still can't help without more to go on. All I know is that he's back, and somehow, 5 years later, his hatred is still as strong as ever. And I'm terrified that this time, it's not just my grandmother's memory he's after. Story 18. I've been debating whether to share this for weeks now. I'm still not sleeping right, and my doctor thinks I'm having some kind of breakdown. Maybe writing it out will help make sense of it. I don't expect anyone to believe me, but I swear every word is true. 3 weeks ago, I was driving home from an academic conference in Phoenix. I teach American history at a small college in Missouri, and I'd presented a paper on historical preservation efforts in the Southwest. The conference ran late, and I decided to drive through the night rather than spend another day away. In retrospect, that was my first mistake. By midnight, I was somewhere on Interstate 40 in New Mexico. The roads were nearly empty, just the occasional long-haul truck passing by. I was fighting to keep my eyes open, that dangerous heaviness settling in. You know that feeling when you catch your head nodding forward? I'd already downed 2 gas station coffees, but they weren't cutting it anymore. When I saw the blue highway sign for Rest Stop 88 Next Exit, I decided to pull over. I figured I'd splash some water on my face. maybe grab another coffee if they had any, and walk around a bit to wake myself up. I wasn't planning to stay long, just enough to make sure I could drive safely for another hour or two. I took the exit and followed a short access road to a small parking lot. There were only 2 other cars there, which struck me as odd for an interstate rest stop, even at that hour. The building itself looked oddly vintage, not run down, just dated. It had that mid-century modern look with long horizontal lines and a flat roof. A sign near the entrance read, "Rest Stop 88, established 1952, historic site." Below that was a smaller plaque that said, "In memory of the Westfield Bridge collapse." I didn't think much of it at the time. Many rest stops have historical markers. Inside, the place was immaculately clean, but felt like stepping into the past. The floors were polished terrazzo, the walls covered in that speckled tile that was popular in the 50s. The lighting was fluorescent, but somehow softer than modern lights, casting everything in a slightly yellow glow. Despite the vintage appearance, there wasn't a speck of dust or sign of wear anywhere. What really struck me was how empty it was. No one at the vending machines, no one in the sitting area with its molded plastic chairs, no one at the tourism brochures. Just silence. I headed toward the restrooms, but before I got there, a man stepped out from behind a counter I hadn't noticed before. He wore a crisp gray uniform with a patch that said "Attendant" on the breast pocket. He was older, maybe in his 60s, with neatly combed gray hair and wire-rimmed glasses. "Good evening, Professor Wright," he said with a slight smile. "Long drive tonight?" I froze. I hadn't told him my name, and I definitely hadn't mentioned I was a professor. I wasn't wearing my conference badge anymore. I'd taken it off hours ago and tossed it in my bag. "How did you know my name?" I asked, my tiredness suddenly replaced by unease. The attendant's smile didn't waver. "We try to know all our guests. Makes for better service." He gestured toward a small coffee station behind him. "Can I offer you some coffee? It's fresh." I hesitated, but figured coffee was coffee, and I needed the caffeine. "Sure, thanks." Instead of a paper cup, he poured the coffee into an actual ceramic mug, dark blue with Rest Stop 88 printed in white letters. As he handed it to me, he checked his watch. "We've got about 20 minutes until the next traveler arrives," he said conversationally. "I prefer to process guests individually. Makes things more personal." His choice of words, "process guests," struck me as odd, but I chalked it up to English not being his first language, or just unusual phrasing. The coffee was surprisingly good, rich and strong, not the watered-down stuff you usually get at rest stops. As I sipped it, I wandered over to a large wall map of the interstate system. It was vintage, showing the highways as they existed in the 60s or 70s. What caught my eye were the red pins stuck into various points along the highways. Exactly 88 of them, I realized after counting. "What do the pins represent?" I asked, gesturing with my mug. The attendant appeared beside me so suddenly I almost spilled my coffee. "Those mark our special locations," he said. "Would you like to see something more interesting?" Without waiting for my response, he led me to another wall I hadn't noticed before. It displayed formal portrait photographs, 88 of them, arranged in a grid. They were all different people, men and women of various ages and ethnicities, but all dressed formally and photographed in the same studio portrait style. "We update the portraits as needed," the attendant said, his voice taking on a rehearsed quality like a museum guide. "Some have been with us since the beginning in 1952. Others are more recent additions." I peered closer at the photos. Despite the different faces, there was something unsettlingly similar about all of them. A certain flatness to their expressions, an emptiness in their eyes. "Are these the victims of the bridge collapse?" I asked, remembering the plaque outside. The attendant's smile tightened. "In a manner of speaking, they're all honorees." I was about to ask what he meant by honorees when he directed my attention to something that made my blood run cold. An empty frame at the end of the display, the 89th space. "This one is reserved," he said, tapping the empty frame with one long finger. "For our 89th honoree." He turned to look directly at me. "We've been expecting you for some time, Professor Wright." The ceramic mug slipped from my hand and shattered on the floor. Coffee splashed across my shoes, but I barely noticed. The attendant didn't seem bothered by the broken mug. "I should go," I said, backing away. "I've still got a long drive ahead." "You're not going anywhere," the attendant replied, still smiling that same tight smile. "Your journey ends here. We've prepared your place." I didn't wait to hear more. I turned and walked as quickly as I could without running toward the exit. The attendant called after me. "You can't outrun it, Professor. No one ever has." I pushed through the doors and practically ran to my car. My hands were shaking so badly I dropped my keys twice before managing to unlock the door. I got in, started the engine, and peeled out of the parking lot. As I accelerated onto the access road, I glanced in my rearview mirror, and what I saw made no sense. The rest stop was completely dark, not just closed or with the lights off, but as if the building itself wasn't there. All I could see was an empty clearing. I merged back onto Interstate 40, pushing my speed well above the limit. My heart was pounding, and I kept checking my mirrors, half expecting to see headlights following me. But the road behind me was empty. I tried to rationalize what had happened. Maybe I'd fallen asleep at the wheel and dreamed the whole thing. Maybe the attendant was just a creep who liked scaring travelers. Maybe I was having some kind of stress-induced hallucination from driving too long without proper rest. But when I looked at my dashboard clock, it read 12:14 a.m. It had been 12:14 when I arrived at the rest stop, and it was still 12:14 now. The digital display wasn't blinking or malfunctioning. It was just frozen. I pulled over at the next exit, which led to a gas station with an all-night convenience store. Inside, I asked the clerk what time it was. He told me it was just after 1:30 in the morning. My phone showed the same time, but my car's clock remained stuck at 12:14. While I was getting some water and trying to calm down, my phone dinged with an email notification. The subject line read, "Your reservation at Rest Stop 88. I deleted it without opening it. 5 minutes later it appeared again, marked as unread. I deleted it again. This happened 3 more times before I gave up and put my phone on airplane mode. I decided to find a motel and get some sleep. I couldn't trust myself to drive anymore, not in my current state. But when I got back on the highway, none of the exits seemed to lead where they should. Roads that my GPS said would take me to towns instead led to empty fields or construction sites. I drove for what felt like hours, but the sky remained dark. As dawn finally began to break, I found myself on an unfamiliar road, approaching what looked like a construction site. Large signs announced the Westfield Bridge Replacement Project. I slowed down, a sense of dread building inside me. Near the construction site stood a small memorial, identical to the display I'd seen at Rest Stop 88. It listed the victims of the Westfield Bridge collapse, but the dates spanned decades, not just a single event. Some were from 1952, others from the 70s, 80s, 90s, and even the 2000s. And there at the bottom, the 89th name, Thomas Wright, anticipated today. My phone pinged again. The email was back. This time, I opened it. There was no text, just an image attachment. When I downloaded it, I found myself looking at a photo of me, sitting in my car at that exact moment, looking at my phone. The photo had been taken from outside my car, though there was no one visible through my windows. I threw my phone onto the passenger seat and put the car in gear, ready to speed away, when I noticed something in my rearview mirror. In my back seat sat a coffee urn, identical to the one the attendant had used at Rest Stop 88. It hadn't been there before. I know it hadn't. My navigation system chimed, and a mechanical voice announced, "You have arrived at your destination." I abandoned my car right there, grabbed my wallet and phone, and just started walking. Eventually, I flagged down a trucker who gave me a ride to the nearest town. I called a friend to wire me money, bought a bus ticket home, and later arranged to have my car towed and shipped back to Missouri. The coffee urn wasn't in it when it arrived. My car's clock is still frozen at 12:14 a.m. I've had it checked by 3 different mechanics. They all say there's nothing wrong with it. The email keeps coming back every night at exactly 12:14. I've changed my email address twice. I still don't know what Rest Stop 88 was, or what would have happened if I'd stayed. I don't know what the honorees were, or why I was supposed to be the 89th. All I know is that I feel like I escaped something, but I'm not sure if I've escaped it completely. And sometimes, late at night, I swear I can smell fresh coffee brewing somewhere in my empty house.